Time, the Falcons of Bowling Green outlasted the Bulldogs of the University of Minnesota Duluth. A goal at 7-11 of the fourth overtime finally put an end to the struggle, and Bowling Green won the national championship over Minnesota Duluth by a count of 5-4. Today on ESPN, Minnesota Duluth tries to get back to that championship game. From Detroit, the Motor City. ESPN, the Total Sports Network, brings you the NCAA 1985 Division I Ice Hockey Championships. Today, featuring the Engineers of R.P.I. with a record of 33-2-1, and the Bulldogs of Minnesota Duluth with a record of 35-8-3. Today's game is being brought to you by Exceptionally Smooth Michelob. Where you're going, it's Michelob. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Joe Louis Arena in Detroit. I'm Tom Mees, along with Lou Nanny, general manager of the Minnesota North Stars and a former All-American collegiate performer at the University of Minnesota. Lou, what an interesting matchup we have. R.P.I., best record in the country, #1 in the national rankings. Minnesota Duluth, heartbroken last year and trying to get back to the championship game.
Well, Tom, they are definitely two of the finest teams in the country this season, and both of them have quite a few fans here. They've already started before the game with their fans trying to get their people up, and we expect a very exciting hockey game tonight because they seem to be extremely well-matched hockey clubs.
Well, let's tell the folks at home, Lou, about one of the most exciting hockey players in the country, Hobie Baker Award winner, Bill Watson.
Well, Bill Watson has done it all for University of Minnesota Duluth. He's won the WCHA scoring championship 2 years in a row. He's had 8 game winners. He was named the most valuable player this year. He's also one of the fellows you always have to look for in clutch situations. Mike Sertich uses him at all times. He's going to be the top performer that RPI has to stop if they want to win this game.
And what about Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute? The ECAC champions, #1 in the country, and they have a centerman that's really lighting up the red light, and that's Adam Oates.
He certainly has. He's got 31 goals. He's very dangerous. You have to watch him because he's so clever with the puck. He doesn't blind you with his speed, but he's got such a good head and good hands that he always seems to make the right play. He's got an extremely fast winger that he uses very well. He puts Carter in the open, and he gets him free around that net. They're a dangerous hockey team, with Oates being the most dangerous man up front because of his ability to handle that puck.
Lou, unless I miss my guess, this should be a more wide-open hockey game than we saw between Providence and Boston College.
It will be a faster skating game than we saw last night. Both teams have good speed. RPI, especially on the left side, probably has the best left side in collegiate hockey, and RPI has a big, strong defense, but Duluth, on the other hand, has got a very solid hockey team, and I think we're going to see an outstanding matchup here. All
right, it should be an outstanding matchup. The Engineers against the Bulldogs, RPI against Minnesota Duluth. We'll be back to take a look at the starting lineups in just a moment.
There's a style in your life no one could ever deny. You're on your way, moving up. You were always the one who's eager to try. You're on your way to the top, and along the way, you've always known just who you are. Where you're going, you've always known it. Where you're going, it's Michelob.
Where you're going, it's Exceptionally Smooth Michelob.
Where you're going, it's Michelob. Where you work and play, you've got it flowing your way. You love to share the way you feel. Michelob. Where you're going, you've always known it. Where you're going, it's Michelob. Where you're going, it's Michelob.
Let's run down the starting lineups for both teams in today's NCAA semifinal. For the Bulldogs of Minnesota Duluth, at center, #7, Matt Christensen. He's a junior, 6 feet tall, 180 pounds. Had a good year, 27 goals, 45 assists. Joining him on the right wing, #14, Bill Watson. He's the Hobie Baker Award winner, announced this weekend in Detroit, and he leads the WCHA in scoring. On left wing, a junior from International Falls, Minnesota, #23, Tom Herzig, who is the leading scorer in the postseason for Minnesota Duluth. On the back line, on defense, Norm McIver, number 5, from Thunder Bay, Ontario. He has 28 career goals, 22 of them on the power play. Joining him on defense will be Guy Gosselin from Rochester, Minnesota, a defensive defenseman, only 3 goals and 7 assists for 10 points this season. In goal, as he almost always is, Rick Costi from Limerick, Saskatchewan. Costi's been on the team for 84 games. He's started 81 of them. And the head coach of Minnesota Duluth, wrapping up his 3rd year in Duluth, Mike Sertich, with an excellent record, 92, 36, and 6. Now for the ECAC champions, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, the Engineers. They'll be starting a checking line tonight at center, number 20, Trini Iturralde from Revere, Massachusetts. Iturralde is a classic checking center, 5'11", 185. On the right wing will be Terry Buttrin from Beamsville, Ontario, a very, very good penalty killer, so look for him on the special teams tonight as well. And Craig Ninehouse from Sarnia, Ontario at left wing. He has a great slap shot, maybe the best skater on the club. On defense, number 22, Mike Dart from Sarnia, Ontario. Dart is a junior, 6'3", 220 pounds, and he doesn't mind throwing his weight around. His line mate on defense, Mike Robinson, number 5, a bit smaller at 5'10", 180 pounds. And now we go to the goal, where Darren Pupa has been performing, well, like gangbusters. 28-1-1, his record for the sophomore out of Kirkland Lake, Ontario. The head coach of the Engineers of R.P.I, Mike Odessa, wrapping up his 6th year with a record of 126, 61, and 3. There you have the starting lineups for Minnesota Duluth and R.P.I. We'll be back with the opening face-off from Arena in Detroit in just a moment.
In the Coliseum in Voorhees, Kelly's lavish interior overlooks the Flyers training rink. The Coliseum is where the Flyers practice, but Kelly's is where they enjoy fabulous food. Just ask Peter Zezel of the Flyers.
After practice, I work on my appetite by eating at Kelly's. Here I can eat anything from combination seafood platters to prime steaks, and know it is always delicious. Stop by and taste for yourself.
Call Kelly's Restaurant for reservations, banquets, or wedding receptions, 1 block away from the Echelon Mall.
Before you buy your next car or truck, hurry in during clearance time at Miller Ford Subaru on Route 38 in Mount Holly. Save thousands of dollars during our year-end clearance sale on new cars and trucks, Ford factory-owned cars and trucks, and demonstrators. Save up to $1,500 on Escorts and Tempos, up to $3,000 on Crown Victorias and Thunderbirds, and up to $1,500 on Ford pickups and Broncos. Over 300 new and used cars to choose from. Only at Miller Ford Subaru, Route 38, Mount Holly.
The officials, Matt Shigos, Brian Hart, and Bob Kupker. And we're set to go with the second semifinal of the NCAA Division I College Hockey Tournament. And immediately the puck goes back behind the Minnesota Duluth goal, and we're going to have icing called on a face-off, Lou.
Well, starting for Duluth, they've got their highest scoring line. This line has scored 100 goals for them, Hersey, Christensen, and Watson. And they've got a counterpart line on the other team. It's not out in the ice right now. We'll see later Oates, Carter, and Juris that have 105.
All right, the checking line is starting for R.P.I. That's Iturralde, Nienhaus, and Buttrin. And the R.P.I. Engineers poke the puck ahead to center ice, but Christensen comes back to control for Minnesota Duluth. He's forechecked, but Christensen gets it to center ice. However, they're waiting for it is Norm McIver. Pardon me, Mike Robinson of R.P.I. And Robinson dumps the puck back in. R.P.I. Engineers, a good forechecking team, and it's paying off for them, controlling in the zone and shooting from the right point with Jeff Prendergast loose in the corner. Watson, the Hobie Baker Award winner, is after it, over to Christensen in the corner. Christensen fighting Iturralde for the puck. Iturralde controls, but the back pass is intercepted by Watson, and up comes the Bulldogs of Minnesota Duluth. The person of Guy Gosselin, number 4, over to Watson. This is Watson over the blue line. Watson to Christensen, and Christensen tries to hit Watson going down the slot, but a nice save there by Mike Robinson deflecting the puck. Still putting pressure on for Minnesota Duluth. That's Tom Herzig, number 23, but he loses the puck, and the R.P.I. Engineers control. This is Nienhaus, number 11, going to get out of the zone for the Engineers of R.P.I. Coming back up with it is Mark Barron. It's Barron, Tornado, and Mark Otacon on the forward line for Minnesota Duluth. Mike Robinson over to Carter for R.P.I. R.P.I. in the red and white uniforms. Tim Friday with the puck. Up to Carter. Carter over the blue line. Streaking down the left wing. Gets a shot away, but he was impeded nicely by Jim Johnson on the Minnesota Duluth defense. Johnson back to Barron. That puck was almost intercepted, but it's Minnesota Duluth coming up. Mark Otacon. And Otacon shoots, and the save is made by Darren Pupa. And the whistle sounds, and we're going to have a face-off to the right of Pupa. Let's take a look and see how Minnesota Duluth got to the semifinal. They won the WCHA regular season title, also won the playoffs, and then defeated Harvard in that 2-game total goal series, 8-4 in the first round of the NCAA tournament in the quarterfinals, and that was played, of course, at their home arena in Duluth. Faceoff will be to the right of Darren Pupa, the excellent goaltender for R.P.I, the sophomore out of Kirkland Lake, Ontario. It'll be Dave Cowan for Minnesota Duluth against Adam Oates in the faceoff. Puck is dropped, and Oates controls for R.P.I. Gets it back to Tim Friday behind the net. Friday over to Jeff Prendergast. Quickly up to Carter. Carter loses control, and breaking on in is Brett Hull. Hull, the son of the former Hall of Famer Bobby Hull. Around the back of the net, out in front, and a shot, and Pupa comes over with a pad save on Skeeter Moore. Number 20 was pressing in to the side of the net, but Pupa stymied Moore in that play. Skeeter Moore now over the blue line. UMD on sides, but R.P.I breaks it up, and back breaks Mark Juris. A high-scoring line of Adam Oates, John Carter, Mark Juris on now. For Coach Mike Odessa. R.P.I engineers dumping in, and that'll bring an icing call. Face off to the left of Darren Pupa, the R.P.I goaltender. Let's take a look and see how R.P.I won their way to the semifinals. They won the ECAC tournament and beat Lake Superior State in the 2-game total goal series by a total of 10-6 goals.
This game started out with a very quick pace, Tom, as we expected. Both teams like to forecheck aggressively. They've got good speed up front, and they use their bodies effectively. So we've had each team getting down and putting a little pressure on the other.
Pair of 8s in the faceoff circle. Brian Duran for Minnesota Duluth and John Ciano for R.P.I. UMD controls it, but Danny May was tied up by the defenseman, Mike Robinson, so R.P.I regroups. It's Robinson behind the net. Ahead of right wing boards to Bob Capronio, but Capronio has the puck knocked backwards, and Darren Pupa has to come back to control. Up to Capronio again. He's pressured as UMD applying some forechecking pressure in the R.P.I zone. Now there's John Carter losing his stick out there, and players falling to the deck. Of course, nothing is called. No penalty warranted on that play, and UMD comes up the ice. However, keeping it in for R.P.I is Bob Capronio. Pinched in on the left wing and kept that puck in the zone. Puck comes back out to center ice to Mike Robinson. And here goes R.P.I breaking in, but it's offside. Offside was the call, and the accurate one, as Neil Hernberg carried in. I believe Maurice Mancy was caught offside.
Up to this point, with the exception of long pass, Friday tried on Carter, and they would have had a 2-on-1. Every time R.P.I has come out of the zone thus far, they've tried to bring it up the board. Duluth is going to the board very quickly. R.P.I having a little difficulty coming out smoothly with 3 abreast.
Matt Christensen controls the faceoff for Minnesota Duluth, and the Bulldogs poking ahead into the R.P.I zone. Going back for it is Mike Dork behind the net, but UMD comes up with it in the person of Tom Herzig. Herzig with the puck, looking to center, and then looking on the backhand, and can't get a shot away as he's tied up by the defense. Herzig again, the centering pass, and Pupa pokes it away, and here comes R.P.I on a 3-on-2 break. This game is starting out at a very fast pace. Hernberg in the slot, a shot, and it is a save. The shot by Maurice Mancy, and coming up with a big save was Rick Kosty.
It certainly was a big save. A great play by Hernberg, and Mancy breaking in. As they came down, Mancy just breaking for the net, gets a good pass from Hernberg. Here's Hernberg with the puck. He sees Mancy going in all alone. He puts it right in the stick, and he tries to put it in the short side. A good move, but look at Kosty. He played him right all the way, stayed right with him, and made sure he was in good position and bounced back, stood up right very quickly.
Looked like Mancy started to lose some balance there, too, Lou, on his left skate, and maybe didn't have all the traction that he needed to get a good hard shot away. UMD providing some pressure now as they quickly shoot it in and chase it in the R.P.I zone, but back come the Engineers. That is Craig Nienhaus, number 11, having it taken away on the defense by Jim Johnson of UMD. Johnson gets it up to Tom Herzig into the zone. A shot in the slot and a save by Pupa. Another shot by Watson. Didn't have any steam on it as he was tied up by the defense, and back to center ice we go. And Jim Springer controls for UMD and knocks it back in so the Bulldogs can get a line change. And here comes R.P.I. Tim Friday up to Nienhaus at center ice. Nienhaus at Hirali and Buttrin, the line. Buttrin into the corner. Knocks it away from the UMD player, but Jim Toninato is there to control for Minnesota Duluth. Up to Mark Barron. Barron is pinched on the right wing boards. Center ice. Play continues. It is Mark Otacon into the zone. Otacon on the right wing. Looking for someone to center it to, but he was bottled up nicely by Ken Hammond. Big defenseman, 6'1", 190-pound senior for R.P.I. Struggle now in the right corner. That's Watson in there along with Hammond. Watson and Hammond exchanging pleasantries. Another scuffle up the right wing boards. And we're going to have a whistle and a face-off and a few elbows to boot. We could have some penalties, and I'm sure we will in this situation. There they go.
Well, when Hammond seemed to put a headlock on the Duluth player, immediately Odnikon, number 27, started to give him a little high stick, and I wouldn't doubt if both Hammond and Odnikon ended up in the penalty box after that skirmish in the corner.
Well, Odnikon gets a straight left by Hammond there, and you know, fighting is taboo in college hockey, Lou. They throw you right out of the game for that if that's the penalty.
That's right, and right now you're not going to see any fight, but you will see a lot of high sticking, I think, and getting your arms up, because both these teams play physical, and most especially RPI has a very big defense. The average height on UMD, they've got 4 defensemen, 5'11", 2 5'10", but RPI is much bigger. You see the action along the boards, and as the play is along the boards, Odnikon is going to come in and help Toninato. There's Toninato being taken out by Hammond. Hammond's going to give him a headlock right now. He's going to put his left arm around him. And here comes Odnikon right there, and watch him give him a little shot with the stick and a little push. And I think that you've got to see, actually, the two that go off should be Hammond and Odnikon. They might instead give it to Toninato.
Well, Odnikon.
Okay, you got 26, and you got 7 on. The 26 and 7 from RPI, 2 minutes, unnecessary roughing, okay? You got 21 and 27, Minnesota Duluth, 2 minutes, unnecessary roughing.
For RPI, it's Mark Juris and Ken Hammond, each with 2 minutes for roughing, and for Minnesota Duluth, it's Jim Toninato and Mark Odnikon for roughing, so double minors for each team.
Well, actually, Toninato and Juris were basically spectators. The other two could have got it, but the referees want to make sure they get complete control earlier. Good move, put them both in there, but you're going to have a lot of ice now. 3-on-3 is a very exciting part of hockey. You don't see it often enough, and some teams like to use different philosophies. Sometimes you find one team with 2 forwards, 1 defenseman. They like to play a little more wide open. You take the team like Edmonton, when you've got Gretzky, Messier, Curry, some people like that, you might want two offensive people, but usually you find 2 defensemen and a forward. Your best skating scorer, someone very quick and a good puck handler.
Well, I tell you, it looks almost like a basketball team out there now with only 3 skaters aside. Actually, only 8 skaters, counting the goaltenders on the ice. So 3 aside for the next 2 minutes. The time of the penalties at 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Toninato and Odnikon for UMD, and Juris goes along with Kenny Hammond for RPI. All right, face-off in the RPI zone, and the Engineers control. And coming up with it is Adam Oates. Adam Oates breaks in on the left wing. Oates gets around his man and has the weak backhander and also has the rebound, but there to make both stops was Rick Costi. He got around Jim Johnson.
He certainly did. Quite a play by Oates to get a stick on it and get a shot away anyway. He was dangerous once he got in close like that.
Mike Robinson carries it in for UMD. Here's a shot from the slot by number 11, and that was Mark Barron, but it was wide. Now Friday back to pick it up for RPI. And here comes the Engineers, Adam Oates again. Over the blue line, down the left wing. He's double teamed, tries to find an open man, and you know there is one 3-on-3. Here comes Friday, the defenseman in the slot, but he is bottled up nicely by Norm McIver. Friday along the blue line. He'll take the shot from the slot, and he scores!
A seemingly harmless play as Friday shooting from the blue line with no screen, and Costi, who's an outstanding goaltender, usually eats these for dinner, but he just fumbled it enough to allow it to go through him. RPI getting a 1-0 lead. And Costi, a goaltender who had 32 wins this year, played more games than any goalie in college hockey, just missed that one. RPI taking the initial lead. You see Friday just go out to the blue line, just inside it. He takes a step, lets it fly, and here just went right through Costi, who thought he had it in his belly. Got a piece of it and dribbled right on through.
Just like a shortstop that lets one get through the wicket that time. He's got to feel terrible about that. Okay, so RPI, the #1 team in the nation, takes a 1-goal lead. We're still 3-on-3 for another 53 seconds. UMD into the zone, and a shot on goal for the Bulldogs by Jim Springer, the defenseman, and Coop is there to make the save. And we got some more pushing. We're going to have some more penalties.
Well, the referees aren't going to stand for all the high sticking that seems to have taken place this early. They know it's going to be a physical game. They know the tempers are short. They expect a lot of it.
Well, we have double minors for cross-checking. Dished out.
Those will be delayed penalties since we've already got 49 seconds on all 4 people in the box, so their penalties won't start until the other 4 have ended.
Well, for RPI, Mike Dark goes to the penalty box. Defenseman number 22. He'll get 2 minutes for cross-checking. And we'll have to wait and see exactly who the player is for Minnesota Duluth. They haven't yet put it up on the scoreboard. We'll tell you as soon as they do. All right, face-off meanwhile in the R.P.I zone. Fighting for the puck and getting control is Craig Niehaus. Niehaus to center ice, trying to split the defense, but it's taken away very neatly by Minnesota Duluth. And here come the Bulldogs back again. Tom Herzig into the zone, snaps away the wrist shot down the slide. He got it away cleanly, but Darren Pupa saw it, and Tim Friday comes back to recover.
Actually, Tom, only RPI's got that penalty, so a delayed penalty has been called on him. Once they're back at full strength, you'll see a 5-on-4 advantage for Duluth.
All right, I was under the impression it would be coincidental minors.
Well, Friday had given Springer that high stick after he took the shot.
Watson, a nice play down the slot for Jim Johnson. Johnson is dumped. The net is off its moorings, and we can have some more penalties coming out here.
We're going to have another penalty here on RPI. So RPI eventually will be 2 men short with this call. The hooking penalty.
Tim Friday, the defenseman, gets a hooking penalty, and they run out of room on the scoreboard. We still have 7 seconds left in our first set of penalties.
Well, you see Johnson breaking in. Here's Friday just hooking Johnson, and Johnson's going to go sliding into the nets. And it's a good thing we don't have those metal posts as they were before. You just got the little magnet right now that is pushed off with enough force to make sure no one gets hurt, as we said last night.
I think that's a good idea.
There you're looking at Darren Pupa, the goaltender for RPI, a fellow drafted by Buffalo. RPI's given up the least goals this year of any of the teams in the tournament, 94.
Bill Watson tries to control the faceoff for Minnesota Duluth, but taking it away is Mike Satafor for RPI. Satafor is on with Mark Juris now, and the initial set of penalties is now over. So RPI at this moment is 1 man short. 2 men short, I'm sorry, and UMD has quite a power play going. For the Bulldogs, Matt Christensen controls back in their own zone. It's 1-0 RPI. Tim Friday got the goal at 5:47. The winner plays Providence for the national title. At center ice, here comes Brett Hall. On right wing, looking to center. Finds the defenseman Johnson. Back to Christensen. Christensen over to Norm McIver. Back to Christensen. He's free for the shot from the slot, and Cooper sticks it aside with Brett Hall right there on the doorstep. Into the right corner it goes. RPI wants a face-off, and they get it.
When Duluth sets up in a power play, you'll notice Matt Christensen, number 7, will move back to the point. McIver, a defenseman, number 5, moves to the right side on the short side. They like to set Christensen down the center alone for that shot. As he'll take the shot, then you'll see either Hull or Watson go to screen the goaltender. McIver, by the way, a very dangerous man, a defenseman that moves up front on this power play. He's had quite a year and got quite a few goals. In fact, he got 4 of them against Providence in 1 game, 3 on the power play.
As we just saw on the screen, Lou, RPI very good indeed at killing off penalties. More than 88% of the time they kill it off and they clear the puck out of the zone. This time they're 2 men short at the moment, and at least for another minute and 9 seconds. Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs with a 5-on-3 advantage now in skaters. Here comes Christensen, wheeling and dealing into the zone, gets everybody on side, looks for Watson right wing. Watson trying to center, but taken away, however kept in the zone. This is Norm McIver. McIver is checked hard against the boards by Lodgman. Here comes Lodgman breaking out for RPI. Dragging away some valuable time there for the RPI Engineers.
Great anticipation by Lodgman moving up on that play and breaking it up.
Brett Hall, he'll snap a shot away, but he was edged down to the play nicely by Pierre Lodgman. Lodgman behind the net, but UMD controls, centering pass for Hall. He fans on it. Christensen gets it over to Johnson. Into the slot to Hall. Hall can't get a shot away. 27 seconds left on the 2-man advantage for Minnesota Duluth. The shot, the save by Pupa, the rebound, and Pupa drives it out of midair. Looks like Brett Hall getting the initial shot away. Watson was right there.
Well, Darren Pupa, a very imposing figure in that net. He's 6'3", usually a stand-up goaltender. He doesn't go down unless he has to, and even when he's down, as you saw right there, he covers a great deal of that net. He's so tall, very quick, an excellent goaltender. As fine a goaltender as there is in college hockey. And that's saying something, because we saw Terreri last night, we've got Costi here. But watch this Pupa. He's very quick, good hands, and he seems to play better in pressure games. He gets a little lax when games are blowouts, and he's not into it as much. But in a tight game, he's superb.
Also plays well on the road, I am told. Minnesota Duluth controlling a faceoff and taking a cannon shot from the point was Brian Duran, but it goes wide. Bulldogs, Minnesota Duluth, still that 2-man advantage for another 5 seconds, but they'll never get another shot away, as knocking the puck all the way down the ice was Mike Robinson, and that'll end the 2-man advantage. They're now back on the ice from our even strength. That's got to be a big lift for the engineers of RPI. Taking the shot, meanwhile, is Mark Odnicon, and it goes over the glass into the crowd. 1-0 RPI, our score. 11:01 to go in the first period. We'll be back in a moment.
145 horsepower VMAX from Yamaha is like no other motorcycle you've ever seen before. But you may have noticed that.
Tonight, see the battle for the Division I Hockey Championship live. Find out who reaches their goal tonight only on your Total Sports Network.
1-0 the score is play. 1-0 the score is play resumes here at Joe Louis Arena. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny. R.P.I. The Engineers have just withstood a two-man manpower disadvantage, and here come the UMD Bulldogs. Back into the zone, Mark Odnicon. Odnicon gets it back to Mark Barrett, his line mate. And right winger in the slot, but R.P.I. takes the puck away and dumps it back to center ice. At center ice, the pass eludes the defense for Minnesota Duluth, and R.P.I. was quick to jump on it, but UMD knocks it back out of the zone. This is Friday now for R.P.I. Knocks it ahead, and we're going to get a switch of defensemen. Adam Oates is in there, number 12 for the Red and White Engineers, and Oates, a nice centering pass. A shot and a rebound is saved by Rick Costi. Adam Oates did his job that time, almost resulted in another goal.
He certainly did. He's got great puck and hand skills, and he's very quick. You saw he was being taken off the puck, yet he was able to reach ahead, get that puck, and pass it back out to Juris. And Juris had a good chance on Costi. Costi had to make a fine save because in all that traffic and melee, a shot still came out of it, but he held his position and made the save. Great play by Adam Oates. Watch Oates, number 12, through people, reach and get that to number 7. Right there, Juris, who's breaking for the net. And Juris got a good backhand shot, and there was some traffic in there, but Costi kept his concentration and got that puck with Carter and Juris on him.
Adam Oates facing off and controlling the face-off. R.P.I. defense knocks it back behind the UMD net. Coming up with it is Skeeter Moore. Skeeter Moore missed several games due to a knee injury this year. Some didn't expect him to play this weekend, but here he is. Moore looking into the slot for Dave Cowan, but has it taken away, does Cowan. And here comes John Carter up the left wing. Carter and Johnson battling for the puck at the blue line, and it's Oates, and he's onside. Leaves it for Carter, but here we go as Brett Hull takes it away. Hull has a 1-on-3, so he'll just shoot it in on Pupa. It's off his glove, and Pupa has to sprawl to make the save. That thing was rolling towards the goal line.
Well, Tom, you'd say that's reminiscent of his dad. He could really shoot the puck. Fella, Brent Hull coming here from Penticton. He's got 31 goals this year as a sophomore. He was freshman of the year, or as a freshman, he was freshman of the year in the WCHA, and when he unloads, you got to make a save on him at all times. He let one go against Minnesota in the playoffs from outside the blue line. The goalie had to make a great save. Here, Pupa thought he had it. He got his glove on it, but it still almost dribbled into the net.
Face-off control by Robinson. Mike Robinson of R.P.I. Puck loose, but Robinson will gather. The left wing boards to center ice. Overshooting the breaking Trini Iturralde. And it'll be icing on R.P.I. and the face-off will be back in the Engineer zone.
R.P.I. looking very quick. They're aggressive on their forward checking. They're not giving Duluth much time to move the puck. Key to Duluth's game, and they've been superb at it, is moving the puck quickly. They call it one-touch passing. As soon as that puck comes, it goes, and they're usually very good at it. And R.P.I.'s forward checking's been so good, they're not allowing Duluth much time to even handle that puck.
Ryan Duran controlled the face-off from Iturralde. Puck rolled in on Darren Pupa, but he sticks to the side. And R.P.I. knocks it back to center ice. Coming up with it now for Minnesota Duluth, defenseman Guy Gosselin from Rochester, Minnesota. Gosselin knocks it in behind the R.P.I. net. We're checking on the play, Brian Duran for UMD. Struggle for it. This is Nienhaus. Nienhaus, as R.P.I. breaks out with a 3-on-2. Nienhaus at center ice. Leaves it. And firing the puck is Terry Buttrin, but Buttrin was high and wide on that shot. Puck is loose behind the UMD net, and Brian Duran comes up to recover the left wing boards to center ice. He goes to Sean Toomey. Toomey takes a check. R.P.I. is not bashful about dealing out the physical punishment. We have a whistle with 8:40 to go in the first period. Our score, R.P.I. 1, Minnesota Duluth 0. We'll be right back.
The Farnsworths are coming to dinner. What do you suggest?
Hide and pretend you're not home. And if that fails, serve Paul Masson wine in these handsome carafes. Carafes add a touch of elegance. And Paul Masson wine is delicious because it's made with so much time and care.
Well, I'll just go and make myself beautiful.
Hope springs eternal. Paul Masson will sell no wine before its time.
Because of the length of the game between R.P.I. and Minnesota Duluth, we're going to move ahead a little bit in the action. When we left action, R.P.I. was up 1-0 at the end of the first period. As we rejoin play, we're awaiting the start of the second period.
There's our score at the end of one period at Joe Louis Arena. R.P.I. leading Minnesota Duluth 1-0 in a very entertaining NCAA semifinal. And back here at Joe Louis Arena, I'm Tom Mees along with Otto Breitenbach. And Otto is the commissioner of the Western Collegiate Hockey Association, also associate athletic director at the University of Wisconsin. And Otto, I want to ask you about this arrangement the WCHA has with the newly formed Hockey East and how you think it's benefited hockey all over the country.
Well, Tom, there's no question in our mind, and by our mind, I mean the administration of the WCHA, that our alliance with the East has been an extremely successful venture. We're very pleased not only from the fact that there's a lot of commonality with the schools as far as academics and the governance of athletics are concerned, but especially the competition on the ice. And it has created a tremendous amount of interest in the West as far as our league season was concerned.
Let me ask you this. There were those in the East wondering if they'd ever get another shot at winning a title the way the West is dominated. And some Eastern coaches honestly have told me that this arrangement with the WCHA makes their teams better and better prepared to play the Western Club.
Tom, I don't think there's any question about that, and we came into that with our eyes wide open. We felt that it would be beneficial not just for the Eastern Seven, but for all of hockey. We think that the move was good for Division I hockey, period, and I think the results are showing out here on the ice tonight and in the tournament all the way through. And if it's good for Division I hockey, then it's good for all of us.
Of course, 41 schools started the Division I hockey season looking to get here to Joe Louis Arena, and only 4 have. But it's been a good season, hasn't it, for college hockey, attendance-wise and competition-wise?
It's been excellent, Tom, and I think one of the best that we've ever had, and I think it's evidenced by the crowds that we've had, by the keenness of the competition, by the quality of the sportsmanship in the play, and the quality of ice hockey in general.
Otto, thanks for being with us, and I think the arrangement between the WCHA and Hockey East is one that's been a long time coming. Let's hope it lasts for a long time.
We're looking forward to a long future.
Okay, Otto Breitenbach, commissioner of the Western Collegiate Hockey Association. It's been a crackling first period at Joe Louis Arena. Our score after 1, R.P.I. 1, Minnesota Duluth 0. Lou Nanny and I will be back for the second period in a few moments.
Try to remember. When you checked in, the guy said it's simple, nothing to it. Room 343 is up 2 flights, down 1, did that. Turn right by the ice machine, through the swinging doors, did that. By the Jefferson room, did that. This must be it. Great.
Next time, Ramada, where they know how to take care of business.
1-0 R.P.I. Lou Nanny, and the shots on goal in the first period in favor of Minnesota Duluth, 13-7, but the only goal by Friday, the one that trickled through Rick Costi's legs.
That's right, and the shots really don't indicate the play because R.P.I. actually had the better of the play that time. Duluth got quite a few shots on the 5-on-3 power play. R.P.I.'s quickness unsettled Duluth somewhat. Duluth is not able to play their game, and I think the strength of the R.P.I. defenseman has really, for some part of the game, evened out the strength of Bill Watson. Watson's not able to move the defenseman off the puck as he does against most of the teams in the WCHA.
As we thought it would be, it's been a very physical game as well.
It certainly has been, and that's because both teams like to hit, especially R.P.I.
All right, 1-0 to score. R.P.I. leads Minnesota Duluth. We'll be back right after these words.
Gentlemen, as President, Vice President, and General Manager of Colonial Cadillac, you stand accused of selling new Cadillac Coupe de Villes for $15,998 and Cadillac Eldorados for only $18,998 and pre-owned late model Cadillacs for less than the price of a new Chevrolet? How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
This is the first time I've found a plea of guilty worthwhile. Tell me, what time does Colonial Cadillac open in the morning?
Before you buy your next car or truck, hurry in during clearance time at Miller Ford Subaru on Route 38 in Mount Holly. Save thousands of dollars during our year-end clearance sale on new cars and trucks, Ford factory-owned cars and trucks, and demonstrators. Save up to $1,500 on Escorts and Tempos, up to $3,000 on Crown Victorias and Thunderbirds, and up to $1,500 on Ford pickups and Broncos. Over 300 new and used cars to choose from. Only at Miller Ford Subaru, Route 38, Mount Holly.
The goal by Tim Friday of R.P.I. has given the Engineers from the Eastern Collegiate Athletic Conference a 1-0 lead over Minnesota Duluth from the WCHA. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny back at Joe Louis Arena in the NCAA second semifinal. The winner here gets Providence live on Saturday night, Lou, but again, analyzing this first period, physical and very unpredictable. Well, it was physical, and you expected it to be that way. I think the only unpredictable part of it was that neither team was able to manage the kind of offense they'd like, although R.P.I. did have the better of the play. R.P.I.'s got such quickness, especially on the left side. The Duluth, which likes to move that puck from defense up to the forwards very quickly, is not even able to do that because they're being checked so aggressively. Duluth still has a very potent hockey club, even though they're going to be shorthanded here for about 1 minute and 43 seconds, 47 seconds. They're going to have to get more offense going because they are really not able to penetrate that big R.P.I. defense as far the way they'd like to. Are you surprised, Lou Nanny, about the chippiness of this hockey game? I mean, this is an important game. This isn't your run-of-the-mill regular season game. You lose here and you're out, and a lot of penalties are being taken that could result in goals. I'm not surprised by it because both teams are so highly ranked, so competitive. They are teams that like to use the body, and at the same time, they know when you're in a game like this, if you're reacting to something, usually both guys are going to go, and you're going to find many double penalties called in situations like this, and you're going to expect each team, because of the emotion of this game, and many people have talked and says the winner of this game is going to win the NCAA championship. They still got to beat that Terrari, but that's the way a lot of people feel, and so that adds to the emotion itself. Okay. Well, you know, I've also been impressed with the play of Darren Pupa in goal for R.P.I. He faced 13 shots that first period, and he's got a very quick glove hand. He certainly has. He's big, too. He covers a great deal of the net. At the same time, Costi and Duluth's goal has won more games than any college goaltender. He's had 2 years of just 3.01 and 3.11 goals against average, so his average is phenomenal also. But Pupa's the man they're going to have to beat, and as we were saying earlier, teams in pressure situations, he doesn't blow any goals. All right, it's a very exciting and competitive game, and we look for 2 more exciting periods to come. We're between the first and second period. Our score, R.P.I. 1, Minnesota Duluth nothing. We'll be back for the second period face-off in a moment.
My grandfather was a tailor and put 2 sons not only through Columbia, but through Columbia Graduate School, where one was a doctor. And my father worked all 8 years at the post office with a full-time job while he got his college degree and his dentistry degree. So there was never any doubt in our family whether or not I would go to college. I would go to college. I think what college really does is expose you to a wide variety of people, a wide variety of ideas, and really give you a mental discipline in terms of how to deal with multi-dimension problems. I played team sports, football and lacrosse, and I think you learn very quickly that the team comes above any one individual, no matter how good the individual is. At the same time, competition was terrific. And I think anyone that has played sports, particularly at the undergraduate level or even in high school, comes away with a great competitive desire to win.
The preceding message provided by the NCAA.
Sunday night, catch our live college baseball game of the week. Oklahoma plays Oklahoma State in an exclusive matchup of 2 top 20 teams. They're the best from the Big 8, and both should play in the College World Series. It's live Sunday night baseball, only on ESPN.
Welcome back to Joe Louis Arena. Second period on tap. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny. One thing was apparent in that first period, the size advantage R.P.I. has over Minnesota Duluth.
That's right. Their defensemen, 5 of them are 6'1" or better, and Duluth has 4 at 5'11" and 2 others at 5'10".
All right, the face-off. Puck wandering around the center ice area. Both teams have had a chance with it. Nobody's really gained control. Now here comes R.P.I. And person of Adam Oates. The Oates line is out there with Carter and Juris. This is Servinas who's out there. George Servinas on that line. So Servinas and Friday. Servinas actually playing back at the fence.
Well, Servinas moves up the left wing in the power play, and they move Carter back to the point usually, and Carter's got that good shot.
Here's the shot from the top of the, rather from the blue line, from the slot area, taken by Ken Hammond, and it is steered aside. Back to center ice. 1:10 left to go on the Minnesota Duluth penalty to Odnikov. Here's Juris breaking right in front. He's got a backhand shot. He takes it, and the save by Costi, a rebound. And Servinas could not control the puck, or he steered off it by Tom Herzig. Did a nice job, but R.P.I. keeps it in. Here's Tim Friday, just inside the blue line, and knocked away very nicely on a sliding save by defenseman Jim Springer.
They like to get that puck over to Friday or Carter. Either one of them will shoot from the top of the slot area and move in, and RPI's been doing that, but Duluth forwards are going out and they're even blocking the shots as well as the defensemen. They're not letting any shots penetrate.
Mark Juris stuffed the puck in, but coming out with it is Jim Springer. Springer has a 2-on-1. Springer, the centering pass, and it never gets to the intended target, Jim Toninato. Meanwhile, we have Darren Pulpa crawling to make the save.
Well, Springer tried that pass to Toninato, but it was back of Toninato's stick and hit Toninato in the skate, so Toninato really doesn't get anything on him. Here's Springer. He's going to try that backhand pass over, and it's going to hit Toninato in the skate right there. And that's why he didn't get any shot away, and Pulpa was able to make the save. But a good try, a good attempt by Springer after he stole that puck from Carter at the blue line, came down and made that backhanded pass, but it was behind Toninato's stick, and really Pulpa just had to cover up.
Toninato controls the draw, gets it back to the point to Guy Goslin, but Goslin dumps it back in, and RPI takes over with 20 seconds left to go, and the RPI manpower advantage. Friday carries in. Engineers looking for one more good shot on goal this power play. They have an excellent one, connecting on 35%. But the pass into the slot is intercepted and knocked out of there by Norm McIver. And that should do it for the power play as Odnikon comes out of the box right now. And the sides are even. RPI leading this game 1-0. The winner gets Providence for the national title. Center ice, it's Friday for RPI. Over to Kenny Hammond. And Trini Iteraldi. Iteraldi to Nienhaus. Nienhaus hits the deck. And Minnesota Duluth races back with it in the person of Odnikon. Down the right wing. Odnikon over to the left point. And it does escape the stick of Guy Goslin, who cannot hold it in. And back to center ice we go. And here comes Iteraldi. Iteraldi takes a drive. And a left-hand save by Rick Costi in goal for Minnesota Duluth. Back come the Bulldogs. Brian Johnson. Defenseman carries it to center ice over to Dave Cowan. Cowan over the blue line. Taken out of the play very nicely indeed by Terry Buttrin. And here comes RPI and a long shot taken by Mike Robinson off the waffle board and Costi over the glass into the crowd.
Well, as each team was going up and down the ice with great speed, every time a man was in position to make a body check, he hit someone. We saw some good checks right there. You'll see Costi make the pad save on this shot from far out from Robinson. He's trying to just put the puck on the net and maybe get a line change at that time, and especially since they've scored a long one, they think maybe they can settle Costi, but they're not going to be able to do it. Costi's not going to miss too many from where he missed that one in the first period.
No, I don't think you can count on that too often. All right, Matt Christensen gets it to center zone. Intended for Tom Herzig, taken off his stick, but here's Herzig controlling in the left corner after the slot to Christensen, but knocking it away for RPI was Maurice Mancy. A nice defensive play, and here come the Engineers. Up the right wing, it's Neil Hernberg. Hernberg, left forward area to Maurice Mancy behind the goal. Mancy fighting court. He knocked off the puck by two Minnesota Duluth defensemen. However, back out to the point we go to Mike Dark. Dark's shot is way off the target. Mancy, though, controls and knocks it back in behind the Bulldog net. Minnesota Duluth. Tom Herzig with the puck as RPI is in the midst of a line change. Herzig gets it up to Bill Watson. Watson up to Matt Christensen, and Christensen lets a low shot go, but an easy glove save by Pulpa. And the Engineers get it back to center ice. Mike DeAngelis wheels around. RPI pressing the attack again, though, and the puck coming loose at center ice. Here's UMD right down the slot, and a shot to go for Barron. Mark Barron.
Barron certainly made a great play after he took that pass. He came in on the goaltender. He faked the shot. He faked him just long enough after Toninato gave him that puck to get him to move. And Mark Barron ties his game up. A good play by Jim Toninato, feeding that puck over to Barron. Barron gets it. He makes that little move. And it's a tougher move to go to your forehand than your backhand, and that's what pulled Pulpa. Here's Toninato centering the puck. And watch a little move right there by Barron, and he goes up high and beats Pulpa on a great move back to his forehand.
So Mark Barron has tied this game for Minnesota Duluth. We're 1-1. His goal at 3:46 from Toninato. And that brings a great reaction from the throng that has come down to Detroit from Duluth, Minnesota. Well over 2,000 fans here at Joe Louis Arena tonight.
Well, I think they say it's closer to 4, and RPI's got about the same amount.
Well, Mark Juris in the Minnesota Duluth zone has it taken off his stick by Jim Springer, who gets it out to center ice, but Juris tries to knock it back in. However, here come the Bulldogs in the person of Barron. Barron is flying after the back.
Mark Barron just made two good moves at the blue line, and when he did, the puck ends up on his forehand. He just slaps it by Poop on the short side, electrifying his Duluth crowd. What a move. He'll pull that puck inside right here. slips a check, and when he does, he's got good position to shoot the puck using the defenseman for a screen. You saw that puck come right off the defenseman's skate, basically. It didn't hit Friday, but it came right by the boot, and that could have just momentarily caused Cooper to lose sight of it, and it beat him, putting Duluth ahead 2-1.
And here come the Bulldogs again. A shot from the left point is taken. R.P.I. a little bit rattled after those two quick goals within 27 seconds by Barron and Minnesota Duluth. Coming in as the second seed, the WCHA champion now has the lead, and we have a whistle for a face-off in the R.P.I. zone.
Well, Duluth doing now what they usually do and have to do to beat R.P.I. Adjusting in their forechecking, being much quicker than they were, putting pressure on the R.P.I. defense, forcing some turnovers, and when they do get the puck, moving it quickly. That's what they're accustomed to doing. They do a lot of drills, and when they do it properly, they execute so well, they get some good chances. And here we've got 2 goals already this series by Martin Barron.
R.P.I. controlling the face-off. That's Craig Niehaus at the left wing boards, but can't get the puck out of the zone. Minnesota Duluth, 3 skaters in there to put some pressure on. Brett Hull has his initial shot blocked. Looking for Dave Cowan in the slot. Cowan has his stick tied up. Skeeter Moore with it, but he's sticked aside by Mike Robinson. Here comes R.P.I. Into the zone. Iteraldi taken down in the slot. No whistle coming. Perfectly legal play. Oh, look out. Dave Cowan skating backwards almost into his own goaltender, Costi. Dark puts a shot on net, but it's sticked away by Norm McIver for Minnesota Duluth. Larry Buttrin back for R.P.I. Buttrin in the corner, but it is Odnikon stirring it around the boards, but Dark keeps it in. Dark fires it on net, but Guy Goslin controls for Minnesota Duluth, but it's off his stick now, and Buttrin looking for Iteraldi in the slot. That's knocked away by Dave Cowan. Still, it's R.P.I. with the puck in the zone, and Dark's shot is wide to the stick side of Costi. Guy Goslin again. Minnesota Duluth finally getting the puck out of the zone. Some good pressure there. We're going to have a whistle and an icing. 14:23 to go in the second period. Minnesota Duluth has taken a 2-1 lead. We'll be back to Joe Louis Arena in just a moment.
Next car or truck, hurry in during clearance time at Miller Ford Subaru on Route 38 in Mount Holly. Save thousands of dollars during our year-end clearance sale on new cars and trucks, Ford factory-owned cars and trucks, and demonstrators. Save up to $1,500 on Escorts and Tempos, up to $3,000 on Crown Victorias and Thunderbirds, and up to $1,500 on Ford pickups and Broncos. Over 300 new and used cars to choose from. Only at Miller Ford Subaru, Route 38, Mount Holly.
The next time you need tires, bounce into Morgan Tire in Burlington Township. Let's hear why.
Hi, I'm Harold Morgan from Morgan Tire Service, and we have the best tire prices around. We believe that honesty is our best policy, and our service is second to none. Give us a call at 386-4100 for a free estimate.
That's Morgan Tire, Salem and Sunset Roads in Burlington Township. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, Saturday 8 to 3.
Tom Mays with Lou Nanny back at Joe Louis Arena. Face-off just to the left of goaltender Rick Costa from Minnesota Duluth. Santafor trying to lock the shot in on goal off the face-off. Didn't work out. And to the left corner boards goes Maurice Mancy. R.P.I. putting some pressure on, and that is Santafor again shooting, but the shot is blocked. Santafor in the slot has the backhander, but that too is blocked, and Costi has to grab it out of the air. R.P.I. really in the last 2 shifts, Lou, has really put a lot of pressure on.
Well, because each team has the capability to score goals and move that puck, we're seeing both clubs getting opportunities. We've had 5 shots by each team thus far this period, and then up to that last face-off, then R.P.I. got 2 more. Not very good ones, mind you, but they did get them on the net. R.P.I. now starting to pick up the pace and getting on puck carrying much quicker.
Mike Odessa, who's done a great job at R.P.I. in his 6th year.
Has shed his coat.
Yeah.
It is warm in the building, Tom. You got a big crowd. You've got a very fast game, and the coach checking the clock, getting warm himself.
Mike Sertich, he must be used to the warm building. He still has his coat on.
Well, we don't, see heat much up in Minnesota, so anytime you get it, you enjoy it.
Bob DePronio controls the faceoff for R.P.I. Knocks it back into the corner. Centering pass, puck loose in front. Where's it going to come out to? We have a whistle. Everybody was hunting around for the puck, and guess what? It was in the sleeve of Tom Herzig.
It was caught up, and it's a good thing because Herzig had lost his stick. It was in the goal behind the goaltender.
Lost his stick, lost sight of the puck. A Brian Johnson. That won't be him facing off. It'll be Matt Christensen facing off. But DePronio wins the face-off for RPI. A quick wrister right on net by John Tiano. Out in front, and Costi smothers it again as George Servinas was prowling in front.
Servinas had a wide open net had he been able to control that pass coming from the left side net. You see Servinas number 9. Costi's going to come over to the left of the net, and here's a wide open net, and Servinas couldn't get a stick down on it as Costi was moving across. He was checked properly on the play, and he just wasn't able to control it. Rick Costi, being very quick, very alert, moved right back to freeze it.
Adam Oates against Toninato on the faceoff. Oates controls. RPI continuing to do a nice job in those faceoff. The Engineers keep the pressure on. Carter fans on the puck. Goes over to the right wing boards. Carter controls again. Carter right out in front to Oates. And Oates' backhand is wide to the stick side. Juris gets it back out to the point to Hammond. Hammond's drive is over the top of the net, over the glass and into the crowd.
Oates is such a good playmaker. He had 55 assists this year that many times he thinks pass instead of shoot. He had the opportunity right there to put a backhand on net. No one was going to be in better position than he was. He was right in front of Costi. He elected to try the pass to Juris. The pass was wide. Juris didn't even get an opportunity to score a goal. He should have taken a shot. At least then Costi would have to make the save. There might have been a rebound had it not gone in the net.
Oates needs 3 more assists this weekend to set a single season assist record in Minnesota Duluth. Into the corner for the puck goes DePronio. Puck bounces off the skate though of Toninato. Toninato and DePronio fighting for it. Puck comes loose, and controlling for UMD is McIver. He loses the puck out in front of Servinas. Servinas trying to center it. Portiano couldn't get his stick down. RPI has had the puck seemingly for the last 2 or 3 minutes in the Minnesota Duluth zone. Still fighting for it on the right wing boards. Friday keeps it in, lofting it towards the net. No threat, but Costi has to glove it, and we're going to have another face-off.
Well, some great forechecking from RPI, not allowing Duluth to move out of that zone for the last 2 minutes. The puck has been constantly in the Duluth zone. Face-offs coming both to the right and left to Costi. It doesn't matter where. RPI controls the face-off. They've been getting opportunity just through their forechecking, as we see right there. Servinas tried to backhand a shot. Deanna was right there, hoping the rebound to come out, but it went on the short side. He wasn't able to put it home.
Oates controls the face-off, and the shot by Juris is blocked in front. Behind the net. And this is Jim Springer trying to get the puck out of the zone, and finally does so. Here comes Minnesota Duluth. Tom Herzig. Herzig on the left wing. Stop, pulls up, centering pass for Christensen, and his shot is just wide of the glove side. Just wide of the goal. Christensen now centering into the slot, but taken away by Minnesota, rather by RPI's Prendergast. Knocked back, however. Friday controlling for the Engineers. Back to Prendergast. Again, a loose puck. And into the Minnesota Duluth zone. And icing will be the call on RPI. We're going to go back the other way and face it off with 12:22 left to go in the period.
Well, right there, had Friday been able to complete that pass up ice, it would have been a 2-on-1. Duluth then doing some forechecking. At the same time, the RPI forwards, both wingmen, had swung out behind the Duluth defenseman. Pass was just a little too long to bring the icing call.
RPI and Minnesota Duluth have only met 2 times in history. That was back in the 72-73 and 73-74 campaigns, and Minnesota Duluth won both games. They were both tournament appearances. Obviously did not play against each other this season. Interesting contrast in styles here tonight. Iteraldi has Buttrin and Nienhaus. Nienhaus behind the net has his stick taken away from him. But RPI still keeps the puck in the zone. However, it is dragged down, and here comes Minnesota Duluth breaking right in on net. Is Hall. Hall doesn't shoot. Instead, he passes. And looking for a good shot was Skeeter Moore. Moore's shot did not connect.
It was a great play by Hull. He saw Moore coming. He tried to pull Pupa over to give him a wide open net. Pupa just wouldn't go for it and was able to make the save.
Meanwhile, Buttrin's shot, Terry Buttrin's shot is high over the net. And we have a whistle on the stoppage of play, and the faceoff will be to the right. Rick Costi.
Well, that tells you you're never out of the play. Skeeter Moore broke up the play inside his own blue line, fed it up to Hull. As Hull was breaking down, he was able to pull the defenseman over, got in on the goaltender. Here you see Hull going to the outside, and he tries to pull Pupa over. That number 20, Skeeter Moore, he's going to be wide open. A good play by Hull, but Moore just wasn't able to beat Pupa.
Wow.
He got a piece of it, then it hit the pipe and went wide.
The pipe, the old goaltender's best friend. Neil Hernberg controls the faceoff again for RPI. We saw his faceoff artistry in the first period. Hernberg with the puck in the right corner. Hernberg being double teamed, trying to get it out to an open man. This is Reese Mancy. His shot is wide of the goal. Hernberg back into Friday. Tim Friday wheels around, got a shot, shoots, and Costi makes the save and covers up on the rebound.
Well, some good forechecking again. Hernberg, Mancy, and Setafor all putting some pressure on. A good shot from 15 feet, but Costi comes up with the save. Each goaltender been in the situations like this before, played some tough games during their career, and they're exceptional goaltenders. Two of the very best in collegiate hockey, along with that fellow Terrari we saw last night. You'd have to say if you had three goaltenders, they're among the best, undoubtedly. The other fellow named in an all-American team was Jeff Cooper from Colgate.
DePronio controls the faceoff for R.P.I. as the Engineers keep the pressure on in the Minnesota Duluth zone. Mark Barron, who has both goals, gets it out to center ice. And this is Odnikon, and a stick save by Pupo. Looks calm, cool, and collected between the pipes tonight. Behind the net, clearing is Ken Hammond for the moment. Hammond up to DePronio at center ice. Barron with the puck, wheels around the other way. Gets it over to Odnikon. Odnikon is onside, dumps it behind the net. Hammond has the puck hop over his stick. Nobody controls it for the moment. And DePronio. We have a whistle and a stoppage of play with 10:37 to go in the second period. Our score, Minnesota Duluth 2, R.P.I 1. Back in a moment.
If you expect an engine to start quick, work hard, and last long, remember, the easiest job a Briggs & Stratton engine will ever do is mow your lawn. Ask for Briggs & Stratton, the power in power equipment.
Welcome back to Joe Louis Arena. 10:37 to go in the second period. Minnesota Duluth leading R.P.I 2-1 in the NCAA Semifinals Division I Hockey Championships. The winner gets Providence live Saturday night on ESPN for the national championship. R.P.I has had the best, much the best of the territorial play in this period, but Minnesota Duluth, person of Mark Barron, has come up with both goals.
Duluth started out very quickly and got a couple goals, but then R.P.I took over, and they've had 13 shots to 7 thus far.
Mancy unloads once and unloads again at the top of the circle. His second shot never gets near Rick Costi. Mancy goes back to forechecking. We have a whistle and a stoppage of play on the right wing boards.
Well, we've seen a great deal of that tonight when the puck goes along the boards. The man coming in is going to take the puck carrier out. Mancy does it right there for R.P.I. R.P.I using their bodies very effectively along the boards. As we were seeing, they are a big team. They like to play a physical game. You see Coach Mike Odessa just instructing his players down in his own zone what he wanted them to do, how he wanted them to move that puck out. They've been playing a very solid game. Both teams have. We've got a 2-1 game here for Duluth over R.P.I, but very, very close, contested game all the way through.
Cowan notes the faceoff to the top of the circle. To the right of Rick Costi, again in the Minnesota Duluth zone. Mark Barron scoring 2 goals for Minnesota Duluth, 27 seconds apart to give the Bulldogs that 2-1 lead. Here comes Cowan out of the zone. Finds Skeeter Moore. Moore looking for Cowan on the return pass, but Mark Juris takes it away. Juris 1-on-2. Will he try and split the defense? No. He'll carry it over to the boards and try and find someone at the blue line, but Skeeter Moore takes it away, and Adam Oates is going off for tripping. It'll be a delayed penalty. Dave Cowan for Minnesota Duluth, but the puck is touched up by Adam Oates, and he'll skate right onto the penalty box, and he knows it.
Well, no doubt about that call, but it was a good penalty because Skeeter Moore would have had a breakaway. Juris waiting for Adam Oates, went to the far side. We'll see it right here. Skeeter Moore is going to be able to break right up the middle right there had he not been tripped. Juris had waited for Oates to come into the zone. Skeeter Moore anticipated the play properly, broke out and got that pass, and Oates, as he was reaching for it, brought Moore down.
Well, we got a shot at the Minnesota Duluth power play. On the year, they converted 28% of the time, and it's not spectacular, about average.
Well, it's a little better than average. If you start getting around 24, 25, it's pretty good. R.P.I, of course, is even better. Both teams have very good penalty killing as we've seen thus far tonight.
Christensen controlling now behind his net as the UMD Bulldogs try and get a rush up the ice organized. This is Herzig. Herzig has the puck bounce off his stick, and R.P.I is able to knock it back out of the zone. Behind the net, 1:30 left to go on the penalty to Adam Oates, and just shooting the puck way down to the other end of the ice is Hammond, Kenny Hammond.
Hammond didn't see Hernberg was behind everyone. Had he been able to complete it, he'd have had a breakaway.
Jim Johnson whirling around in his own zone. Good forechecking there by George Servinas. But here comes Bill Watson, the Hobie Baker Award winner, into the left corner to Herzig. Herzig behind the net, but there's that man again for R.P.I., Ken Hammond. Hammond gets it up to Bob DePronio. DePronio knocks it ahead. Servinas racing to the corner with Johnson. Servinas is there first, gets his skate on the puck. He and Johnson wrestling for. We're going to have a face-off in the UMD zone. So excellent penalty killing again by R.P.I.
R.P.I.'s got those quick forwards, especially Servinas, Carter, and Nienhaus. With their great speed, they're able to put pressure on you, and when you're killing the penalty, that's what you want to do. Tie up the team in their defensive zone, and Servinas, with his speed, beats people to the puck. Very, very quick. He's played much better since January. He's come on a great deal, as Coach Odessa was telling me. He was one of the last cuts from the Olympic team in 1984. Very, very quick fellow. Tried out with the Canadian Olympic team and came back to R.P.I. and extremely well.
Played with the likes of Matt Flatley and Kerry Wilson on that team for a while. At the left point is Pierre Lattner. Lattner lost it in behind the net. Remember now, R.P.I. is the man disadvantage in Minnesota Duluth, taking its time getting out of the zone. Here's an interception by Sadafor. Sadafor's shot is blocked, but he succeeds, Lou, in doing his job and bragging some time.
R.P.I. with just an I formation. They're stationary. They want to force you to the side, and Duluth can do that, but they have to bring people back to come with speed so that they can get in the zone.
Ryan Johnson carries into the zone, but we're going to have a whistle now, and a penalty being dished out to Sadafor, and he doesn't like it.
No, that's not a very good penalty. At a time like this, when the play's away from the net, really not a penalty that you might see called very often. That's why he's very upset. You're already one man short, and he was checking a man along the boards out by the blue line. Sometimes those things are let go.
Well,
personally, I didn't think it was a good call.
All right, but
that's what I'm trying to tell you and be diplomatic, but it was not a good call.
In other words, if you were on the bench right now, you'd be...
I'd be very upset.
All right. 2 minutes for tripping on Sadafor at 11:57. So for the next 25 seconds, Minnesota Duluth will have a two-man advantage. And then, of course, the one-man advantage for the remainder of the minute 35.
Well, Duluth is going to have to bring that puck up with more speed. If they're going to give you the outside, as R.P.I. is doing, take it. R.P.I.'s defensemen are big and they're strong, but they are not quick to the side. And Duluth can get the zone with some speed on the outside, but they haven't tried it too much yet.
Buttrin wins the faceoff, and Buttrin is a pesky little fellow there for R.P.I. And eventually he gets it back to his defenseman, who just shoots it down the ice. That was Tim Friday.
Jimmy Johnson should not have tried to shoot the puck in. When you're 5-on-3, you carry the puck in the zone. Don't shoot the puck in. Don't allow them to get and shoot it out. That's better.
He carries it in now and leaves it for Brett Hull. Hull back to the point. Pass by Christensen over for Norm McIver. Pass into the slot. Watson looking for Brett Hull, but it was blocked very nicely by Adam Oates and Tim Friday. We have a hand pass called in the zone.
Watson passed that with his hand to McIver, and the faceoff will come outside.
Outside the R.P.I. zone, just outside the blue line. So now R.P.I. is only one man short for the next minute and 26 seconds.
Watson just saw that. He looked up at the clock, checked the time, see how much time they've got to set up. They want to get the puck in R.P.I. zone now, move that puck around, try and get Christensen to shoot it if they can. He's an excellent shooter. He can unload from outside the circle area.
Adam Oates is now out of the penalty box and getting right into the play on that faceoff. Meanwhile, it's UMD in the zone. McIver out to the point to Hull. Back to Johnson. He'll take the shot. It's blocked in front. Loose in the slot. Here goes Hull. And diving to make the save and sacrificing his body was John Carter. But Matt Christensen keeps it in. But the puck is knocked off. The Minnesota Duluth stick and out of the zone. And a nice defensive effort by Mike Robinson. 58 seconds left to go in the power play. Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs leading 2-1. Being frustrated a bit on this power play. Johnson goes to the ice trying to draw the penalty, and he did, I believe. Here's the shot by Carter. No penalty. There's a delayed penalty, and it's going to be called on Minnesota Duluth. All right.
The second trip was called there, Tom.
I thought I saw it, too.
And so now Duluth is upset. 44 seconds to go on Duluth's men. Power advantage has now been wiped out because Duluth is going to get a penalty, and R.P.I. will get the opportunity to go into power play in 44 seconds.
And going into the penalty box is Jim Johnson, tripping 2 minutes.
Well, here's the first trip that wasn't called.
All right.
And that's why you got confused right there. Now you see Adam Oates being tripped by Johnson after Johnson went down. So Johnson a little upset with the call.
How often does it happen, Lou, that the official, maybe with good reason, doesn't see the first infraction but sees the retaliation?
Or, he might have thought the first one was a dive.
Yeah.
And then he's going to let it go. And then the man is so mad that had been tripped or took the dive that he trips the other fellow and then they get called.
All right, face-off just inside the Minnesota Duluth zone. Puck comes behind the net, eventually controlled by Jim Springer. Back out to center ice. Springer with it now, back around the blue line. Has it taken away by Servinas. Servinas skating on in, tries to get around his man, but a nice job of stick checking that time by Brian Johnson. Johnson gets it back out to center ice. Here's Barron skating on in, 2-on-1. The pass to the slot, and Kyle Herzig cannot control. Back there is Hammond. Kenny Hammond. And R.P.I. will have the manpower advantage in 5 seconds. Santafor getting set to come out.
And Hammond made a great play back checking on Herzig there because he was all alone. He'd have been wide open for that pass.
Here's Servinas to Santafor just out of the penalty box to Juris. Juris skates on in with Servinas and Santafor. Hammond has to get over his stick, and here's Barron. He's got a 2-on-1 over the blue line. He'll take the shot, and it's wide to the stick side. A rebound is also wide as Herzig tried to loft it in on Darren Pupil.
And Juris is going to have to try a different play than feeding to the wing, waiting for a man coming in the center. He's had that puck stolen twice, and very dangerously, if it gets stolen, the man could break up the middle and be all alone.
Well, Jim Toninato says enough of this, so the puck in my zone and just lofts it out. Of course, remember, Minnesota Duluth is short a man now. Perfectly legal to ice the puck, and you have a man in the penalty box. Adam Oates, center ice for R.P.I., lofting it in to the corner. Chasing after it is Neil Hernberg. Hernberg. Pass over to Craig Niehaus. To the point, Carter tries to keep it in and does so. Oates has Hernberg in front to Hernberg, and he can't get any steam on the shot because Guy Gosselin was bothering him, pinning his stick. Friday at the blue line. He fakes the windup to Oates. Back to Friday. He'll shoot this time from the slot. Save score! The initial save, but John Carter got the rebound.
Carter does that all the time. When Oates and Friday start moving off to the right side, passing it back and forth, watch him sneak in on the far side. He either gets the pass or goes for a rebound. This time he gets a rebound from Friday's shot. Oates makes a good play, giving it right back to Friday after he drags everybody over. And then Friday, watch Oates pull everybody over right back to Friday. He shoots, and from the left side, Carter's coming in with speed. That puck's going to bounce right out, and he puts it home. Carter loves moving in from the point in the power play, and it's paid off for him a great deal all year long, and it does right here. A good play by Oates, giving a quick pass right back, and here comes Carter, putting it away and tying the game.
All right, so we have a brand new hockey game. 4:40 to go in the second period. R.P.I. is tied up. Minnesota Duluth. Well, you knew if they kept the advantage in the zone for Minnesota Duluth, R.P.I. keeping that puck in the zone, sooner or later something was going to happen. Here comes the Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs. Dave Cowan brings into the zone, but it's knocked right back out again. Right on goal. Kostic has to come out and make a save. Meanwhile, Brian Johnson sprawling to the ice with Craig Niehaus. Riding Niehaus out of that play. Here's a break now for Brett Hull. Hull cruising in, trying to center, but is ridden off very nicely indeed by Mike Robinson. And we have a whistle and a high stick penalty coming up. 4:02 to go in the second period. We're all tied. Minnesota Duluth 2, R.P.I. 2. Back for the penalty call in the rest of the period in a moment.
Feel it, feel it, feel it. That Noxema feeling. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it, oh so close.
It's here. Noxema Shave Cream for extra sensitive skin. Feel that soothing blue lather protecting you from irritation. Feel the closeness. Feel the comfort.
Feel it, oh so close.
Medicated Noxema Shave Cream for extra sensitive skin.
That Noxema feeling. Feel it, oh so close.
Mike Robinson sitting out a high sticking penalty. Duluth now in position to go back ahead on the power play.
All right, 4 minutes to go in the second period. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny. Hope you're enjoying this NCAA semifinal action. Minnesota Duluth R.P.I. Winner gets confidence for the national title, remember. Pierre Langevin behind his own net. It's taken down to the ice. And we're going to have another penalty call. This one against Minnesota Duluth, and this will even up the manpower. We're going to have a hole, I believe.
Well, that penalty
Guys, we got
nullified very
23
quick.
Duluth on a hold.
Herzig going off for holding. Only 17 seconds after Duluth going on the power play. We've seen a great deal of this all night long, Tom. You don't take dumb penalties when you've got a manpower advantage right there. Herzig has nothing to do with him there. The man's in the corner. He's not going to hurt anybody. Just ride him off. Let him shoot the puck. But don't take an offensive penalty when you're on the power play in a tie game. It's not a good penalty to take.
That was a very ill-advised penalty because, as you say, Lou, the man was no threat to score in that position. Face-off will be taken outside the R.P.I. zone. Bill Watson and Adam Oates. Watson controls for Minnesota Duluth. Gets it out to Jim Johnson at center ice. And coming into the zone is Mark Odnikon. He'll take a quick shot. It's blocked by the defense. Another shot from the point by Johnson is easily gloved by Pupa, and we have some tempers flaring there between Watson and Langevin, and the referee gets between them to make sure nothing comes up.
Well, Stick's getting up very quickly. Unfortunately, for both teams, they're getting penalties nullified when they have the manpower advantage. You take a fellow like Herzig, he's a great shooter. He's had an outstanding season with Duluth this year. He's got 26 goals, and he can really shoot that puck. He should not concern himself with taking penalties, and all these teams have to watch out when they get a manpower advantage.
Off the face-off, it's R.P.I. to center ice, and the person of John Carter carries in on the right wing. Carter shoots into the corner and chases after it, but going back there with him is Jim Springer. Springer over to Mark Odnikon. Odnikon behind the net, not pressured. Both teams short a man. Eventually, Minnesota Duluth, or R.P.I. will have a power play in 1 minute and 8 seconds. Right now, it's 4 skaters aside. Center ice, this is Mark Odnikon. Shoves it into the zone. Watson controls on the right wing boards. Out to Johnson at the point, but it'll never get to him. And here we go. Adam Oates breaking in on the left wing. Tries to get around the defenseman. Eventually, he does control the puck, but his pass for Mike Dark is beyond Dark's stick. Dark controls in the corner, though, and centers the puck. Johnson loses his stick. It's broken. He didn't lose it. He just dropped it. It's broken. Oates in the slot. 3-on-3. The shot.
What a play by Adam Oates. Saw that Johnson had a broken stick. He goes over to his side and waits for Servinus to come in. He lays that backhand pass, and Servinus very quickly off the pass, not giving Costi any time to set up, scores. Watch Oates. He sees a man with no stick, a backhand pass, and a quick shot off the pass by Servinus on the far side. No chance for Costi, and an excellent goal by Servinus. Superb play by Oates, just dragging the defenseman with him, waiting for his man to get in shooting area right here, and Servinus just unloading 15 feet off to the right of Costi and beats him on the far side.
No chance for Costi on that play, and because it's an even strength goal, the two youngsters in the penalty box will stay there. R.P.I. will have a power play in 28 seconds. They'll have it for about 20 seconds. Here's a quick shot in on net by Christensen, and it's knocked down by the defense. Trini Iterati gets out to center ice, and coming in and blasting one is Craig Niehaus, but Costi comes out of the net to cut down the angle a bit and make the save. Oh, an interception by Niehaus. He's in alone. Backhander, and he misses. Oh, he had the net wide open, Lou, and he just missed in the backhand.
He stole that pass. He made a good move. He had the right idea.
Meanwhile, coming into the zone is Minnesota Duluth, and Mark Barron has it knocked off his stick. Here comes Craig Niehaus to center ice. He was looking for a cutting Iterati, but the pass was interrupted by the defense. Now here comes R.P.I. into the zone. DePronio stirring things up. Puck loose in front of Costi, but he falls on it. And we'll have a face-off to the left of Rick Costi, who's seen more rubber than he cares to in the last few minutes.
He certainly has, and the pace again continues. This has been a superb hockey game. Both squads, excellent teams. They've got good speed. They move the puck well. They get good opportunities. The goaltender's busy. Watch Niehaus with a good move. He fakes Costi with a shot, pulls it to the short side, but couldn't get it in the wide open net there. And the game remains 3-2 for R.P.I. after a great play by Niehaus, but only to be foiled. Costi playing him, comes out to challenge him, but there was an opening that Niehaus could have put it in.
Well, Costi, I guess, telling the referee, hey, I got to have an equipment change, or something is wrong with my equipment. Lots of times it's legitimate. Lots of times the goalies do it to catch their breath.
Well, right now, it's a good move. He's trying to slow R.P.I. down. R.P.I. had 2 good occasions to score goals. They didn't score on any after they had already gone ahead. Costi taking his time, slowing the tempo down somewhat.
Penalty box is empty. Both teams at full strength. 1:39 to go. R.P.I. has come from a 2-1 deficit, now leads 3-2 on goals by Carter and Servinus. Face-off in the Minnesota Duluth zone. Comes out to Dart. But Dark has it go off his stick, and here comes Minnesota Duluth. This is Brett Hall. Hall trying to center a pass, but it is taken away, and back to center ice we go. This is DePronio dumping it in. Costi steered into the right corner, straying from his net. He's fair game out there, remember. But here come the Bulldogs getting it out of the zone. This is Hall. Hall looking to center on the backhand, but skating in too deep for the centering pass was Brian Johnson. The pass was there, but Johnson was beyond it. Peter Moore, number 20, shoots it in. That puck was pretty close to the pipe.
A little too nonchalant by Pupa there.
That's what I was thinking. Peter Moore bumped off the puck by Dark. 56 seconds to go in the second period. 3-2 R.P.I. Here goes Minnesota Duluth on a breakaway. It's Hull. Hull takes the shot. Score! Red Hull walked in, and it trickled into the net. We're tied again.
Well, you don't let a shooter like that get in all alone. Fred Hull, as we were saying, had 31 goals the freshman year, and he started out rather slowly this season. The first 4 weeks didn't have many, but boy, did he come on like gangbusters. He had 3 hat tricks, and he gets in all alone on Pupa, beats him with a good shot. Fred Hull, who shoots right-handed, Dad Bobby used to shoot left, but he shoots hard, and he makes a good move, walking in on Pupa, takes a look where he wants to put it. He wanted to put it on the goal stick side. He did. It seemed the Pupa got part of it, but not enough. Game's tied 3-3.
We've had 2 goals in this game that the goaltender seemingly has made the save, but they either trickle between his legs or in that case over the pad, left-handed leg of Pupa. 39 seconds to go in the period. The goal came at 19-13. And we'll have a face-off outside the Minnesota Duluth zone. So we're tied at 3, which is where the score was between Providence and Boston College before it went to overtime. But I have a hunch we're going to see a few more goals in the third and final period of this game.
Certainly looks like it, Tom.
Sure does. Jensen controls from Minnesota Duluth. Falls down. Satafor has it back out to the point to Friday. 25 seconds to go in the period. Friday just lost it in. Satafor gets the rebound. In on Costi, and Costi has to cover up after he makes the stick save. We're going to have a couple of high sticking penalties here. Getting his stick up for R.P.I. was Neil Hernberg.
Jim Johnson and Hernberg both will be going on this one.
Well, it was like, oh yeah, take this. It was one of those situations with 22 seconds left in the period.
You got 17 R.P.I. You got 6 Duluth. 2 each. We're going to call it cross-checking.
All right. Is that what they're going to call it?
It seemed like he wanted to say, we can call it anything we want. We can call it high-sticking. We can call it cross-checking. We can call it roughing. We'll take cross-checking.
All right. So Johnson from Minnesota Duluth and Hernberg on the coincidental minors. Both teams will be four-side for the next 22 seconds, unless, of course, we have further penalties. And those penalties will bleed over to the third period. Oates on the face-off, knocks it back out to the blue line. The shot is taken from the blue line and saved. Hammond took the shot, and Costi, he'll take the face-off here.
Well, R.P.I. out shooting Duluth this period, 19-8, but the game is still tied. R.P.I. having a great deal of opportunity. Costi right there, making the glove save again, making save after save as he's done all year long. And as we said, he played more than any college goaltender, so he's able to see a lot of action and keep his condition.
Bullet by Servinus goes just wide to the glove side, and now here's Oates lofting one in. Costi has to swipe that one away. R.P.I. really buzzing around, doing some great forechecking, and the second period is over. The score at the end of 2 periods of play. R.P.I. 3, Minnesota Duluth 3. We'll be back to Joe Louis Arena, but Lou, talking about this second period, it's really opened up a bit more than the first.
Well, the first period was excellent, but this period was even better. Superb period of hockey, a lot of action. Both goaltenders tested, but especially Costi. Costi has only given up more than 6 goals one time in his career at Duluth, and that was 7 to Denver, so he's going to be tough to beat.
All right, so that's our situation. 3-3, the score as we get set for the third period, which is a few minutes away. We'll be back to Joe Louis Arena in just a moment.
Once it was hard to find good-looking slacks to fit everybody just right. Then men's stores began selling Sansabelt slacks and Jamar slacks. 36,000 different sizes, fabrics, colors, and styles to fit any man better, including you. Sansabelt slacks, Jamar slacks from Jamar Ruby.
Tonight, See the battle for the Division I Hockey Championship live. Find out who reaches their goal tonight only on your Total Sports Network.
Grade 3 our score, Joe Louis Arena. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny. Lou, 5 goals were scored in that second period. The first 2 coming off the stick of Mark Barron of Minnesota Duluth.
Well, Barron was very, very quick in both cases, but the first goal that he had was the big one because Duluth seemingly wasn't having anything going up to that time, but he takes his pass from Tom Renato, goes in and makes a good move on Pupa, gets him to move and beats him on the forehand side up high. A good move by him. Then right after that, he gets the puck at the blue line, slips a check. As he's doing that, you know, he kept his balance, which was real good, and he's able to get the puck on his forehand, and he did it so quickly. You see him right here. He's going to slip the check, and he's going to take a shot and beat Pupa because he has him moving across right now, using the defenseman for a screen right by his skate, and that was enough to beat him. But then RPI came right back, Tom, and as you know, Carter got a big goal for them on the power play.
Yes, John Carter at 15-13.
Carter is going to move in from the left side and take a rebound after Friday took the shot, and he got a wide open net. He loves coming in from that blue line, and he put that one away. That was a big goal for RPI, the first power play goal of the game. And then Servinas, who's very quick around the net. Servinas got good hands and a good shot, but here he takes a pass. This is the power play goal. Again, Carter's going to score that.
Right.
They ran that one again. But Servinas, after, takes a good pass from Carter. Carter's going to give it to him on his backhand. Servinas is close to the net, and he's going to score the goal. Then we come right back. Brett Hull's breakaway right here. He got Pupa moving. He shoots it. Pupa's going down. He seems to have everything covered. Got a piece of it. Not enough. Brett Hull tied the game right there.
So it was 1-0 RPI after one period, and after they washed everything out in the second period with 5 goals, it is 3-3. Barron at 3:48. Barron again at 4:13. Carter on the power play at 15:13 for RPI. Servinas for RPI at 17:23. And that goal in the last minute of play, they said it's the worst time to give up a goal and the best time to score one. Hull on the breakaway at 19:14.
Well, it is. We're going to start the period 4 aside here with Jim Johnson and Hernberg in the penalty box for cross-checking. RPI having better of the shots right now, 26-22, but a fairly even game, somewhat even. RPI does have, I'd say, the better scoring opportunities that period. UMD had them in the first period, most notably because of the 5-on-3 situation, but a pretty fast-paced, hard-hitting hockey game, a superb hockey game, and I think we're going to see the same thing in this period.
From what I've seen so far, Lou, it appears that if any team is able to have a lot of breakaway opportunities would be Minnesota Duluth, because they appear to have the quicker skating team and appear to be able to take advantage of opportunities quicker than RPI.
Well, the one thing Duluth is doing, they're hanging their forwards out a little higher, and RPI's defensemen, they're big, they're strong, but they're also moving in to the offensive zone a little deeper than they should. They've taken a few gambles. They've been burned one time by it. They almost got burned 3 other times by it, and if they continue to do that with the speed that Duluth got up front, they can get some advantages. But here are the 2 keys of the period. Poop on the right, Costi on the left, both excellent goaltenders. They're tied at the end of 2, and one of them is going to end up the loser. And it's going to be interesting to see which one, because they've both had superb careers thus far.
All right, both teams with 4 skaters starting the third period, because each has a man in the penalty box. Watson will be out to take the opening face-off for Minnesota Duluth. Adam Oates for RPI. And we're underway, third and final period, or maybe not, who knows, this NCAA Division I semifinal. Hammond controls the draw for RPI and whirls behind his own net and leaves it for Tim Friday. Friday back to Adam Oates. And here comes Carter to center ice, but the puck bounces off his stick. Back into the zone where Hammond eventually controls it for RPI. Hammond whirling up over the red line into the zone, but it has the puck dribble off his stick, and here comes Bill Watson. Watson will take the drive just inside the blue line, but it's high and over the head of goaltender Darren Pupa. Puck comes back to the right corner. Watson has it taken away from him. Tim Friday gets it out of the zone. Watson continues to bother Friday, and Adam Oates shoots it in, and RPI and Minnesota Duluth will both get line changes here. This is Norm McIver carrying the puck up ice into the RPI zone behind the net for Pupa. Will leave it for Dark. Dark trying to hit his man Mark Juris at the left point, had the puck go back to center ice, and Minnesota Duluth shoots it back into the person of Jim Tornato. And we have a whistle and a tripping call against RPI.
Toninato was just taken into the boards previously by Hammond, and he was taken in very hard. And Toninato turned around and gave the referee some lip about that play. Now, coming down the ice this time, Toninato was very smart. He knew Hammond was coming again. He jumped in the air. He jumped over Hammond. Hammond really didn't get too much. And watch this. I don't think you're going to say this is a penalty at all.
Oh, my.
Toninato, he's going by. Hammond was already turned one way. Toninato basically just jumped into the stick. But Toninato had set that up perfectly. Just 5 seconds before, not a camera range, he turned to the referee and said, watch this guy, he's running at me.
Well, the referee watched and he made the penalty call. So now R.P.I. is 2 men short. Minnesota Duluth still 1 man short. So a 1-man power play advantage for the Bulldogs for the next 22 seconds. In fact, for the next 2 minutes. But both teams will get a man back in about 20 seconds. 3-3 the score. Matt Christensen whirls up ice for Minnesota Duluth. Gets it over to Norm McIver, who carries in. The defenseman is trying to center it for Watson. Over Watson's stick goes over to Tom Herzig. Herzig back to the blue line. This is McIver. Into the corner to Watson. Looking for McIver on a return pass, but broken up in there by Mike Robinson. And now, both Minnesota Duluth and R.P.I. get 1 man out of the penalty box, so it's still a 1-man advantage for Minnesota Duluth, but it's 5-4 as opposed to 4-3. And whirling around the net and trying to stump it in was Terry Buckton, but he was ridden off the play, and here come the Bulldogs, 3-on-2. Norm McIver stops, pulls up, looks for the man cutting to the net. And that was Tom Herzig, but the pass misconnects, and here comes R.P.I.'s Hernberg. Hernberg puts a weak backhander on Costi. He steers it aside easily behind the net. Christensen fighting for it for the Bulldogs, but Hernberg controls for the moment. Santafor in there with Hernberg. But here's Christensen up to center ice to McIver. McIver dumps it in and around the boards it goes. But Cooper comes out to stop it and leaves it for his defenseman, Tim Friday. Puck to the corner to Watson. Watson being checked in there by Mike Robinson. Centering pass right in front, and the shot is saved by Pupa. The shot by McIver in front. Pupa went down to make the save. Second shot by Johnson is just wide. Puck comes loose at center ice. Here's a breakaway for Servinas. Out comes the goaltender Costi. He runs into his old man Johnson and he scores! Servinas scores, and Johnson is down in the right wing corner.
Well, if you want to see a second effort, just watch that goal again by George Servinas as he skates away for the loose puck. He doesn't get it initially. Costi left the net. Johnson was knocked down. Servinas amazingly kept his feet. He kept his balance. That was the key to the whole thing. And once he did, here he goes. He's fighting for that puck. Watch Servinas right there keep his balance. That was the key to the play. And then he's got the whole net to shoot at. He's a left-hand shot. He wouldn't have had a good angle if he'd been a right-hand shot. And he puts it in the empty net. And the short-handed goal makes it 4-3.
That's exactly what we talked about between periods. That a short-handed goal, something like that, could determine it. Fortunately, Johnson is all right. He skated off under his own power. He really took a pounding, landing on the back of his neck and then slid into the boards, as you saw, but he appears to be okay. So Servinas gets the goal at 2:53 in the third period. And R.P.I. has that all-important 1-goal lead. Now here come the Bulldogs of Minnesota Duluth. Toninato to the left wing to Johnson. Johnson controls, but has the puck knocked off his stick by Robinson. And the teams are at full strength again. 5-aside. Losing a helmet in there, and heavy going is Dave Cowan back to the right point for DeAngelis. DeAngelis shot deflected into the corner. Dark will try and freeze the puck and get a face-off, but it's still loose in there. Right up puck. Still loose, and Adam Oates, well, he hits the referee with it. And now we're going to have a whistle and a stoppage of play.
We're going to get a double penalty here.
Oh, I didn't see the penalty signal. All right.
And so we're going to go back to 4-on-4.
We spent very little time tonight with both teams having their full complement on the ice. Mike Robinson goes in for R.P.I.
Odnikon didn't know he was getting a penalty, too. He tried to skate away, but the referee went right after him.
5-27, 2 each slashing.
Slashing is the call. Yeah, referee went over to Odnikon and said, surprise, you're going to sit down for a couple minutes.
How quickly things turned, Tom. Herzig had a great chance right in front of Pupa. He takes the save. Pupa made the shot. Pupa made a great save on it. The puck shot down ice, and Servinas with great balance, great control, just got that puck and was able to put it in an open net because Costi had left to go after it to try and play it. we'll see just a superb effort by Cervinas. The puck is knocked ahead right there, and Cervinas with his speed looks like he's going to get to it. Robinson takes a tumble over the goaltender. Cervinas keeping his balance, beats the outstretched hand of Christensen trying to stop it.
Meanwhile, McIver had a good drive for UMD, but the save was made by Pupa, and back comes Hernberg, who shoots it into the left corner. Buttrin puts it on net, but steered aside easily by Rick Costi. 15:56 to go in regulation time. 4-3, RPI with the lead. Cervinas dumps it in and chases after it. Into the corner he goes. Cervinas will meet up with Guy Goslin there. UMD controlling the puck. Center ice is Barron, 2-goal scorer tonight. Cervinas knocks the puck back out to center ice for RPI, but here comes Norm McIver. RPI takes the puck away, though. Ken Hammond gets it to center ice, but back is Barron. Barron can't keep the puck in control and keep the play on side, so he knocks it back out to center, where Matt Christensen lifts the shot in just so Minnesota Duluth can get a line change. And back with it comes Tim Friday for RPI. Friday gets it up to Bob DePronio. DePronio has it taken away by Johnson, who's back on the ice and skating well. Over to Herzig. Herzig breaks it on the right wing, cuts in front of the net, but is taken down on the play nicely by Ken Hammond. Back comes RPI. DePronio to center ice. Johnson, defenseman, gives ground to Adam Oates. Oates trying to fend him out with the right hand and keep control of the left. He does. Adam Oates still with the puck. Watson finally bumps him off. Johnson gives him a shove. Watson now controls and breaks out of the zone with Herzig. Herzig. Just a lazy shot in on Pupa. And Herzig goes off the ice, is replaced by Brett Hall. 17 seconds left in the dual minor penalties to RPI and UMD. On the count, and Robinson in the box. So be out in 9 seconds. Behind that, the puck just laying there. Costi waits for Johnson to come get it. Johnson and Carter collide. The puck comes loose. Penalties are over. Oates trying to get it out to his point man. Carter was at the top of the circle, lifted on in, but taken away by Cowan. Cowan out to Brett Hull. Hull had the breakaway goal at the end of the second period, and the puck is knocked back into the Minnesota Duluth zone.
Adam Oates has just had a superb night. You don't see him on the goal-scoring sheet, but as far as scoring a goal, but he's been outstanding the way he's been able to control that puck and keep his balance. If there's anything you'd like to see him do a little better, it's pass the puck harder occasionally, but he is just great with his hands.
Mark Juris behind the net has it taken away by Skeeter Moore. RPI doing some great forechecking here, but out breaks Minnesota Duluth. Dave Cowan at the left wing. Into the RPI zone. Cowan in the slot shoots, and a stick save made by Pupa. Off the boards, laying there and coming back to get it was Trini Iturralde. Iturralde to center ice, taken away by DeAngelis. Make that Hull. But here comes RPI, and the shot taken by Niehaus, but we have a whistle and a stoppage of play. 13:29 to go in regulation. RPI 4, Minnesota Duluth 3. We'll be back in a moment.
Do you think the kid who's got straight A's is not tempted by drugs and alcohol? Think again. Students who are involved in special activities stand a better chance of beating the temptations of drugs and drinking. But unfortunately, they still face the pressure to turn on, get high, and be part of the group. Parents who understand the dangers of drugs and alcohol can provide the best offense against drugs. So please, help your child be a winner without drugs.
The preceding message provided by the NCAA.
Well, dual penalties again. Brian Johnson of Minnesota Duluth and Craig Niehaus of RPI.
Niehaus took the shot. An offside was called. He didn't hear the whistle. He took the shot, and Johnson took him in the boards, and Niehaus responded. They both got in just a minor altercations with the referee giving each a penalty.
So both teams now with 4 skaters plus the goaltender. 13:17 to go in regulation time. Minnesota Duluth into the zone. That's Ondicott rolling on the backhand. It's over to Watson. Watson is smothered there on the right side of the net. And it's Neil Hernberg. I've been very impressed with his play tonight. Coming out, though, to defenseman Norm McIver. Tries to lock one in or tries to rocket one in, and the puck is covered up. We'll have a face-off.
Well, Hernberg made a great sprawling save right there as we see him get up slowly. He lost the puck, but he continued out. He lost his balance, and he just went sliding right into that puck and blocked the shot because McIver was moving in from 30 feet, and McIver can really shoot that puck.
So the face-off will be at the top of the face-off circle to the left of Darren Pupa, the goaltender. Watson will go for UMD and Terry Buttrin for RPI.
Watson just missed a great chance. He couldn't get a stick on it right around the crease area by Pupa.
Puck rolling loose. Watson gets control of it on the backhand. And a score! Watson on the rebound. We're tied again.
Super move by Watson. He takes the initial backhand shot. Pupa tried to cover the short side. He stayed down, even though he's big. He covers a lot of the net, but not enough of it because Watson's going to get his own rebound and put it up and over Pupa's shoulder. And the Hobie Baker winner of this year gets a big goal to tie it. Watch Watson go to the outside, take his backhand shot. He's dangerous around the goal. His own shot right there. He gets the rebound, puts it up and over Pupa. He had just missed one previously, but he didn't miss his rebound opportunity right here with that puck right up over his shoulder and head.
Well, the initial shot was on the backhand, but it looked like he switched to the forehand.
He got a forehand on the rebound and put it up and over.
All right, but it's an even strength goal, so both teams still have a man in the penalty box. For a minute 20 left to go in those coincidental minors. Puck in the UMD zone, coming out with it now. Mark Barron. Barron wheeling around. Gets it up to Johnson. Christensen gets an assist on that goal. The lone assist. So it's Watson from Matt Christensen and Ursel, and we're going to have a face-off outside the RPI zone.
If there's any wonder why Watson was a scoring champ 2 years in a row in WCHA, you saw it right there. If we look at Jim Springer, hard-working defenseman for Duluth, Watson, around that net, he's very, very dangerous. Good hands, good around the net, knows where to put the puck. You just give him an opening and he puts it in there, and that's all he had. Was a little bit of an opening, and he had to get that puck up immediately and up high over Pupa's shoulder, and he was able to do it.
12:27 to go in regulation time. 4-4. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny. Second game of the NCAA Division I semifinals. The winner of this game, remember, gets the Providence Friars for the national title on Saturday night, live here on ESPN. Bulldogs of Minnesota Duluth breaking out. McIver over to Gosselin. To center ice he goes to Cowan. Cowan breaks in. Nice back pass to Watson. Watson, let's go a shot, but it's wide. By about 2 feet to the right. Now comes R.P.I. Pupa starts to play. Here's Servinas. Servinas tries to split the defense. Leaves it from Arturis. Gets a good shot away and just wide to the near side. Oh, that was a bullet.
Juris was tough on that puck. He stayed right with it.
Watson to the face-off circle. Leaves the puck. And leaves it for Christensen, who snaps one wide. Back to the defenseman. That is McIver. McIver passing over to Springer. Springer's shot was wide. Here's Watson. Watson controlling in the slot. Now he's bumped off the puck. The backhand is just wide by Christensen. Servinas finally controls for R.P.I. Some wild action in front of Darren Pupa, and Servinas says, hey, I'm going to relieve the pressure.
Right after Juris missed a chance, Duluth came down and had 3 golden opportunities, and Watson, the last one, couldn't get his stick on the puck when he had a wide open net.
Nienhuis loses the puck, and here comes Minnesota Duluth. This is Skeeter Moore, number 20, carrying in, but he's bumped off the puck. And Tim Friday carries out to Nienhuis. Nienhuis over the blue line. Got some room on the left wing. Instead, dumps it in. Off the boards and back to Rick Costi. And Nienhuis is met very hard by Skeeter Moore. There goes the net. Costi, the goaltender, gets out of the way, and I don't blame him.
Costi got a little excited right there. He's got to watch. He doesn't want to take a penalty right now. Costi stayed right with that puck. He made sure he froze it. He saw Nienhuis coming in, and Nienhuis went right over top, and Skeeter Moore then gives Nienhuis a shot, knocking the net off its moorings. But great action. The shot right now, 28-27. That tells it. That game's been this close. Superb play by both teams.
Just a great hockey game to watch and to broadcast.
We figured it would be a fast-paced hockey game. Both teams with great speed, and they work hard. They continually work hard. They're noted for their hard work. That's why they were so successful during the season.
Hernberg, Mancy, and Satafor on for R.P.I. The line of Cowan, Hull, and Moore still on there for Minnesota Duluth. Behind the net. This is defenseman Springer. Gets it out to Brett Hull. Hull cross-ice pass to Skeeter Moore. Moore dumps it to center ice, looking for Cowan. Off his stick, back in the zone, and hustling back to recover is Jim Johnson. Johnson behind the net. Skeeter Moore. R.P.I. doing some good forechecking. Maurice Mancy doing a nice job behind the net. And here's an intercepted pass by Hernberg on the left wing. Hernberg trying to cut in front of the net, and Johnson just grabs him and rides him out of the play. Dave Cowan rifles the puck, but not out. Save in by Friday, who takes the shot. And the shot never gets to goaltender Rick Costi and comes back out to center ice. And without the helmet, now Hernberg shoots it back in. Plucked into the R.P.I. zone, and back to Genick goes Kenny Hammond. And we'll have an icing call. 10:04 to go in regulation time. It's 4-4. We'll be back at Joe Louis Arena in a moment.
100% movies 100% of the time, there's only one place to turn. The Movie Channel. The only 24-hour-a-day all-movie service, bringing you more movies, more stars, and the glamour and excitement that is Hollywood. The Movie Channel offers you the widest variety of the movies you want to see. Over 50 movies every month. And we're the only service to show a different movie every night. The blockbusters, undiscovered treasures, movies for the family, timeless classics, and cult favorites. And because the Movie Channel shows virtually every movie around the clock, it's prime time all the time. There's more. Between the movies, there's up-to-the-minute news from Hollywood, a glimpse at movies in the making, and Hollywood's best and brightest in exclusive interviews. The whole world of Hollywood. The Movie Channel, the ultimate movie theater, open 24 hours a day.
10:04 left in regulation, Lunani. We've got a Bonut 4-0.
That's right, and R.P.I.'s only got 2 shots on net this period. Duluth doing a fine job keeping away from getting good opportunities.
Now here come the Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs out of their own zone, into the R.P.I. zone. It is Mark Odnikon. Odnikon centering pass over there to Toninato. Toninato takes it over to the left wing boards. Cross-ice pass. Barron has it. Stops. Has the forehand. Takes a shot, but it's behind the net. DeAngelis, Mike DeAngelis, seeing limited playing time tonight. Scoops it around the back of the net for Minnesota Duluth. And we have a tie-up in the right wing boards and a face-off to the left to goaltender Darren Pupa.
Well, Duluth seemingly coming to life this period. They've had many more attempts at controlling the puck in the offensive zone than they had earlier. R.P.I. on the other hand, not having the occasion to get the good scoring opportunities like they've had in the first 2 periods. They've only had 2 shots on net. Duluth's doing a much better job of moving that puck out of their zone.
We're going to have a hold-up. I'm sorry, Lou.
R.P.I. continually going to 4 lines, and Duluth has gone to 3 this period. So R.P.I., you could say, might be a little pressure as we get on in this game because they are using 4 lines, but it hasn't seemed to affect the Duluth forwards at all.
Well, for some reason, while you were going on there, the goal light came on and was the referee. It got the attention of one of the referees, went over there and made sure that the goal judge turned it off. Okay, it'll be Christensen, Matt Christensen for UMD, taking the face-off with Adam Oates. Christensen controls back to the blue line, but diving to get it out of the zone was Carter for R.P.I. Pierre Langevin knocks the puck back out to center ice. And offsides is the call against Jurish and Carter. Watson had the puck taken off his stick, and Mr. Carter doesn't like it.
Carter thought he had one skate outside the blue line, that he was still onside. But the linesman was right there. He saw it. He was offside, and Juris, when he got control, was just a bit behind Carter, who was already inside the offensive zone.
Face-off comes outside the Minnesota Duluth zone. Puck goes back into the R.P.I. into the ice where Pierre Langevin goes to control behind the net. Langevin looking up the left wing boards to Oates. Oates off the boards to center ice where Norm McIver's there to steer it back, but here comes Adam Oates to bring it right back into the zone. Christensen has it, but off his stick, and Carter on the right wing. He's got Juris cruising down the slot, but he can't get the pass to him because he was taken out of the play by Guy Goslin very nicely. Puck goes back to the R.P.I. zone, but Langevin knocks it back to center. Watson puts it right back in, and breaking for the puck is Cowan. Down the left wing boards. Can't get to it. Juris had it, but here's Brett Hull. He's got it on his stick, and a nice play defensively by Pierre Langevin to smother that shot. Puck is loose on the right wing boards, and now it's frozen, tied up for a face-off. Don't forget, USFL action, more live USFL action Saturday night, March 30th, 10 Eastern. That's 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific time, right after the National Championship hockey game. Doug Flutie and the New Jersey Generals against Doug Williams and the Arizona Outlaws in a key interconference battle as we're getting near the halfway point now of the USFL season. New Jersey and Arizona live Saturday night, the 30th of March at 10 Eastern time. That Doug Flutie is quite an exciting quarterback, and he's proven already that he's going to make it big in pro football, so you won't want to miss that game. Face-off just to the left of Darren Pupa. And R.P.I. controls, and here comes George Servinas breaking out of his own end. What a hustling player he is. But the puck is given away, and here is Hull. He'll line up with a smash from just inside the blue line, but he was wide to the right. He had a lot of pace on that puck. Mike Dart controls for R.P.I., gets it to center ice where he has Servinas. Servinas looking for Tiano. Tiano on the right wing boards. Dumps it behind the net. Bob DePonio being tied up by 2 Minnesota Duluth hockey players, and they take it away from him. Coming up with it will be defenseman Jim Springer to center ice. Springer taking a shot wide. Cooper had that one all the way in his sights. And Minnesota Duluth gets a line change. Cervinas to center ice. He too dumps it into the zone, or tries to, as R.P.I. is in the midst of a line change. Puck going around center ice, back and forth, and finally Barron gets it over to Odnikon. Odnikon has it taken away by Hernberg. Hernberg looking for Maurice Mancy, doesn't connect on the pass, and here's Minnesota Duluth in the slot. It's Barron. Barron attempted to get it back to Odnikon, but it's out of the zone, and Odnikon will have to regroup and get it back over to Mike DeAngelis.
With such close checking, Tom, we've just seen 4 turnovers right in the neutral zone. Each team not able to control the puck, getting right on the puck carrier whenever they lose it.
Back and forth, looks like a pinball almost at center ice. Finally, the puck goes into the Minnesota Duluth zone behind the net. That's Brian Johnson controlling, but he loses possession for a second. Maurice Mancy had a centering pass opportunity, but it was banded down by the Bulldog defense. And here we go with Tom Herzig on the right wing. Herzig slows up, top of the faceoff circle, cruising to the slot, gets around his man, shoots and scores! What a goal by Herzig!
There's that shot that Herzig's got. He is really dangerous when he gets 35 feet out. He was all alone. He was having to contend with 3 R.P.I. people. No one of his team was even in the offensive zone yet. They were going for a line change. He was smart enough to control it, and then he's all alone there. He controls it, and he moves to the center, right where he likes to shoot from. Then he lets go with a good wrist shot, beating Pupa right through the legs, putting UMD ahead 5-4 with 6:50 to go. Quite a play by Herzig.
Take another look at it. Boy, he really moved right around the defenseman, I believe, or the man trying to check him. Sanafor was out there, moved right around him and hooked the puck into the net.
Well, he had no one to give it to. He continued to control it until he moved himself into position to shoot. Mark Barron was the only other player on the ice in that zone, and Mark Barron was on the boards. He couldn't have done anything with it, so Herzig elected to keep it, moved around, made a superb play. When he beat the one defenseman that came out at him, moved into a shooting area and put it by Pupa.
So Herzig's goal just inside the 7-minute mark to go in the game makes it 5-4. Now the R.P.I. Engineers will really have to start to put the pressure on. It's getting that time of the game as the puck goes off the stick of Watson over the glass and into the crowd. And it will be faced off to the right of Rick Costi. A key face-off coming up here.
Well, Duluth came out this period and started to take over control of the game. They didn't have a very good second period. They knew it. They checked better. They moved the puck better. They got positioned to shoot the puck, and they take that shot. They weren't overpassing it. They did a lot of good forechecking, knocking the R.P.I. people off the puck, and they finally culminated in a very smart play by Herzig, not giving it away when you got nothing to do with it. Control it, and he continued to control it until he got in a good shooting area.
Herzig gets the goal at 13-13 of the final period. 13, a lucky number for Minnesota Duluth, at least at this stage. McIver falls down behind his own net. R.P.I. will really come now with a forechecking pressure. Trailing by a goal with 6:20 left to go in the hockey game. In regulation time, Carter behind the Minnesota Duluth net. As the puck bounce off his stick, Norm McIver back there to battle him for it. McIver causes Carter to lose control, and Matt Christensen dumps ahead for Minnesota Duluth, and the puck goes over the glass and into the crowd of the face-off outside the Bulldog zone.
And here we are with 6:07 to go, and R.P.I. continuing to be checked off the puck, not getting good scoring opportunities, and having only 2 shots on goal this period. That tells the story. They came into this period with 26 shots on goal. You look up at the board now as Mike Odessa is looking down. There's only 28 shots on the board for R.P.I.
Remember, R.P.I. had that 30-game unbeaten string and or victory string, 30 wins in a row, and then they were tied by Lake Superior State, one of their playoff games, but they still had 33-game streak without a loss, and that's quite impressive, but quite in jeopardy right now. Buttrin gets around his man, but Johnson is there to control the puck. Buttrin and Brett Hull were tangled up in the slot. Hull took him out of the play. Johnson, that is Jim Johnson, back to defenseman Springer, gets it to Hull, into the zone now, but Buttrin is there to cover up for R.P.I. 5:40 to go in regulation time. Buttrin to center ice for the Engineers. Trying to get the puck into the UMD zone. They do so, but it's offside, and so the faceoff will come outside the blue line.
And you see 3 Duluth players on the puck that time. You see them all going to the puck area now. Anyone in that zone is making sure that a man is taken out. The puck's not getting free. People aren't able to skate. The R.P.I. players aren't able to skate as freely with the puck as they were earlier. Duluth doing a much more solid checking job than they were.
Well, the faceoff will come inside the blue line because I guess they ruled that the offsides was caused by the Minnesota Duluth players. So the faceoff comes inside the Minnesota Duluth to the blue line, and the puck is knocked back to the Bulldog net. Norm McIver. Right wing boards. McIver being forechecked in there by Mark Juris. Gets it away to Odnikon. Odnikon up ice to Toninato. Toninato dumps it into the R.P.I. zone where Pupa will stick it aside. And he'll leave it for his big defenseman Ken Hammond. Hammond gets it up to Oates to Juris. Juris carries in over the blue line. Juris is checked, but retains control of the puck, and Guy Goslin has lost the stick, so he does the next best thing. He kicks it to his teammate his teammate Toninato. Into the corner it goes. Carter back to Oates. Oates and Johnson get mixed up. Puck comes right out in front, and nobody there to poke it home. As Costi had a few anxious moments there. Defenseman Hammond going deep into the corner now. Juris poking with it. On with Guy Goslin. Puck loose behind the net. With the puck is Hammond. Hammond being held. Nothing called. It's that time of the game. It's going to have to be a very, very legitimate penalty, or it's not going to be called. Without a helmet now. Here we go. Mark Barron. He'll break in one-on-one. Nice dipsy-doodle move on the backhand, but can't get anything on it. As Tim Friday was on his back all the way, Hammond comes in as well to break up the play. Puck loose for a moment. Back to center ice we go. Bob DePronio, and he's in offside with 4:08 to go in regulation time. Minnesota Duluth has taken the lead 5-4. We'll be back to Joe Louis Arena in just a moment.
The new 145 horsepower VMAX from Yamaha is like no other motorcycle you've ever seen before. But you may have noticed that.
There's a style in your life no one could ever deny. You're on your way to the top, and along the way you've always known just who you are. Where you're going, you've always known it. Where you're going, it's Michelob.
Where you're going, it's exceptionally smooth Michelob.
Where you're going, it's Michelob.
Christensen and Tiano in the face-off right near the red line at center ice. Minnesota Duluth hoping to add to that one goal lead. A shot by Christensen is a whistler, but it's wide to the stick side. Hooper lets it bounce around and picked up by Mike Robinson for R.P.I. But the puck is loose, and it's Tom Herzig, the hero. Watson right in front, and Hooper makes the save. Watson never really had excellent control of that puck, but it was on net anyway. Christensen behind the net. Dart goes for it in the corner. He'll be contested for it by Watson. We have a whistle. And the face-off being called to the right of goaltender Pooper.
Watson didn't have much time to get much on that puck, but he did get the shot away. That's the key thing. The pass came and was bouncing from the boards. He was all alone in front of Poopa. But Poopa still had to make an outstanding save because Watson put that puck right on the net. Watson with those good hands. Every time he's around the net, extremely dangerous, and he had a good scoring opportunity off a bad pass, a bouncing pass. He still was able to get a good shot away.
There's 17th for the face-off. Hernberg and Cowan, a quick shot on goal by Skeeter Moore. He's sticked aside by Pupa. Santafor skating backwards, trying to control the puck. And the offsides is called in the face-off outside the Minnesota Duluth zone. And now time is the enemy of R.P.I. 3:34 to go in regulation. They're down a goal.
Well, you would think that you're going to see a lot of Adam Oates and John Carter the rest of the way for R.P.I. That line, as we were saying, Carter, Oates, and Juris had 105 goals this year, and they need one right now.
Well, Santafor, Mancy, and Hernberg on there for R.P.I. at this juncture. The face-off taken away by defenseman Jim Johnson of Minnesota Duluth. Dumps it in behind the net. Cooper controls and leaves it for Mike Robinson. Robinson over to Santafor to Neil Hernberg. Hernberg is impeded somewhat by Skeeter Moore, and the puck ends up back in the R.P.I. zone where Pupa has to make a stick save and get it over the boards for Maurice Mancy. To center ice we go, where it's picked up by Jim Springer on the defense of Minnesota Duluth. Taken away by Mancy, but Mancy can't get to it. And a whistle, and And offsides is called. Well, 3:04 left to go in the game, and ESPN's March of Champions continues live Saturday night with the national championship game of the Division I Hockey Championships. It'll be Providence against either Minnesota Duluth or R.P.I., and you'll see that game live on ESPN at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific time. Lou Nanny and I wouldn't miss that for the world. It'll be a great championship game, Lou, no matter which one of these teams faces off against Providence.
It certainly would. When you think of the saves that Terrari's made in the last 4 games, and one of these teams is going to have to beat him, it should be a superb game.
Guy Goslin controls the draw for Minnesota Duluth. Dumps it back into the RPI zone. On the con with the puck. Knocked off his stick by Terry Buttrin. Puck loose at center ice. Buttrin fights for it on the right wing. And a whistle, and did the puck go into the bench area or not?
Well, the referee was, the linesman was caught in the middle of the play, so the referee made sure no one got hurt. As we look at Duluth right now at this stage, as you're looking at Guy Goslin playing in a very solid checking game, not allowing anybody to be freewheeling with that puck from RPI.
Puck goes behind the net. It's Guy Goslin. Over to Odnikon. Odnikon lifting it high to center ice, and of course Minnesota Duluth is content to run some time off that clock. Their real opponent is the clock now. They'll be called for icing.
The crowd didn't like that. It seemed like Langevin just held up long enough so he couldn't get to the puck, and that caused the icing call. Face-off coming all the way down by Costi. This University of Minnesota Duluth hockey squad has had an outstanding season. Outstanding 3 years for Mike Cernich, and they've played in some very tough, tight games where they have to have a great deal of poise, and it's sure showing in this period.
Now the face-off to the left of Rick Costi. Christensen take the drop, and it's controlled by RPI. Juris gets it back in the slot to Carter. His shot was blocked. Frieday's shot is a save by Costi, who covered up, and you notice he didn't get out of his crouch for a while after saving that shot, because the first goal of the game, he thought he had it in that same position to dribble through.
Exactly right, Tom, and he doesn't mind taking a face-off right here, because now Duluth has been doing a little better job in the face-off this period.
Adam Oates is tied up effectively by Christensen, but RPI still controls the puck, but it's out of the zone over the stick of Carter, and going back for it is Ken Hammond. 2:15 left to go in regulation time. The puck bounces into the RPI bench. We'll have a face-off at center ice.
That last shot we saw from the blue line by Tim Friday was just the 3rd shot of RPI's this period. An easy shot for Costi to handle from that far out. That's just another indication of the good, solid checking job in the scoring area that Duluth forwards and defensemen are doing.
Christensen and Oates, and Christensen controls the draw, but breaking in is Carter. He's got a shot and a save! A pad save by Costi, and that was his toughest save of the period. Friday keeps it in. He puts it on Costi, but he has a rather easy stick save there, but 2 minutes to go in regulation time. Oates behind the Minnesota Duluth net. RPI pulling out all the stops. You wonder when they're going to take the goaltender out. Right in front of the score! Kenny Hammond! And Costi never saw it.
Well, just when it looked like RPI didn't have any chance off a face-off, Carter's speed allowed him to get away from Watson. Watson was just momentarily off balance. He went in, got a shot. They controlled the puck. When it finally got centered, this man here, Kenny Hammond, moved in from defense. Look, he comes all the way in down deep. 4 RPI people. It's centered from behind the net right there, and Hammond on the doorstep puts it up and away, and he gets the tying goal with just 1:52 to go. Just an outstanding play by Oates, tying the man up behind the net there. And as that puck gets centered, Hammond moves in to put that shot away. Sadapor made the pass out, and Hammond gets the goal.
All right, so it's Hammond from Sadapor. We're sure there's another assist there. We'll try and get the official scoring for you when we have a little bit of time, but it's quite hectic right now. 1:40 to go in regulation. We're tied at 5. I think it's safe to say now, Lou, the next goal, whenever it's scored, will be the winner in this contest.
I certainly think so, the way that both clubs have been checking.
Late offsides isn't called because the puck comes back out to center ice, and here's RPI with a 2-on-2, broken up goal by Johnson. And also by Norm McIver on the defense. Guy Goslin goes back to take it behind the Minnesota Duluth net, and he shoots it down the ice, but no icing is called because it went off a stick of an RPI player. 1:11 to go in regulation time. Niehaus ahead to center ice for RPI. Has the momentum now. Giraldi centering down the slide. Oh, and just couldn't get control of it. Was Craig Niehaus.
There would have been a big hubbub if that goal had gone in right there by Niehaus, because that puck was hit over the shoulder with a stick, or it should have been blown dead because an RPI player played it after one of them had touched it over the shoulder. But Fortunately for them, it didn't go in, and there's only 53 seconds to go. 5-5 tie, and R.P.I. starting to come on.
Minnesota Duluth called for icing, and so the faceoff will be in the left faceoff circle to the left of Rick Costi.
You won't see the play on the score sheet, but John Carter made that goal possible with his quickness and speed right off the draw, just getting free and getting that bullet away, and they continued to control the puck. The speed just got him by the defenseman in position to get a good shot and starts all the commotion behind the net because of the aggressive R.P.I. forecheck.
Oates controls the faceoff. To the point is Friday. Friday passes over, and the shot is taken but well high and wide by Carter. Behind the net is Oates. Centering pass is knocked aside by Christensen. 40 seconds left to go in regulation time, and we're tied at 5. Hammond keeps the puck in the Minnesota Duluth zone. Carter is blocked off, and the Bulldogs get it out. Tom Herzig, been a big hero for Minnesota Duluth tonight. Bill Watson can't control. Puck lying loose in the R.P.I. zone, knocked out of the rink, over the glass, and into the crowd. And the faceoff will be coming outside the zone. No, they're going to face it off to the left. The goaltender, Darren Pupa.
Well, Hammond dove at the puck in great effort. He knew he had to get the puck, a bit of it, out of the zone. And as he slashed it, Duluth player Christensen's stick came down, met it, and it popped over the glass.
There's our situation, Lou. 26 seconds to go in regulation. Darren Pupa has got to be big in this situation.
It certainly looks like another overtime right now, but there's still plenty of time to score a goal.
I'm going to start calling you the king of overtime. It's going to be your moniker. Mike Dark. I could watch this game forever. It's been a great game. Dark behind the net, puck lying loose now. Minnesota Duluth. It's Herzig. Herzig has it knocked off his stick, and it's loose at the blue line. Here goes Servinus. Servinus along with DePronio. DePronio on the left wing. It's Servinus down the slot. He just can't get anything on it. It went off his stick, but he was being taken out of the play, and Servinus is down. He is down, and he appears to be shaken up with 5 seconds to go as Costi makes the save.
Well, McIver made a good move tying Servinus up. Servinus got better speed than McIver, and he was breaking away. McIver made a good move. He tied him up so that Servinus couldn't get anything on that puck at all. All he could do was deflect it into Costi. Costi just played the puck. Servinus ran into the net. But a good opportunity for R.P.I. had Servinus been able to control that pass, but the effort of McIver denied him that opportunity.
Toninato and Servinus, the most critical face-over, the last face-off in regulation time, just to the right of Rick Costi. 5 seconds, that's plenty of time to set up a shot, and a good shot if you control the draw right away.
It certainly is, and last season we had a great championship game, and as you were saying at the head of the show, Bowling Green and Duluth, and we're seeing another one here tonight.
We sure are. Minnesota Duluth losing that game in quadruple overtime. They want to wipe out that memory. Here's a quick shot, but it's wide, and that's the end of regulation time. Our score, Minnesota Duluth 5, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute 5, and Lou, just a crackling period here in the third. The shots for the first 3 periods almost dead even. 33 for R.P.I., 32 for Minnesota Duluth.
Well, they should be even because that's the way the game's been, very even. Both teams exceptional. They're playing hard. They're playing with everything they have. They've both had outstanding opportunities to score. Goaltenders have had to make big saves. Second efforts have provided goals for both teams. Each club, you know, the champ out of their section, and you can see why just because of the way they play with every shift.
All right, 10-minute overtimes will be played until we determine the winner. We're tied at 5. Lou Nanne and I will be back at Joe Louis Arena with this exciting hockey in a moment.
Getting enough? Huh? Prism wants to know if you're getting enough from cable TV.
Well, we're getting some pretty good movies.
And?
Well, it's really a lot of movies.
With Prism, you could be getting blockbuster movies, plus the Phillies, Flyers, and 76ers, plus musical and comedy specials.
All on one channel?
All on Prism.
Prism.
Call your cable company and tell them you want more. Tell them you want Prism.
We want more. We want Prism.
Hello, I'm John Petricki, president of First Fidelity Bank, South Jersey. For some time now, you've known it.
And you've covered college hockey, but I tell you, when college hockey is played this well as we're seeing it tonight, you just can't beat it.
I can't think of any NHL games I've seen to match this one. I don't think I saw any games better than last year's championship game in the NCAAs, and I think this game is comparable to last year's NCAA championship game. Very, very similar.
Offers you the widest variety of the movies you want to see. Over 50 movies every month. And we're the only service to show a different movie every night. The Blockbusters. Undiscovered treasure.
advantage of that, but Minnesota is not going to back down, particularly after they came so close last year. And I think they skate a little bit better than R.P.I. And you know, so it's an even Steven. But I think Duluth's going to keep skating in the overtime and to beat them.
All right, you know, on Thursday night we went to 3 overtimes with Providence and Boston College, and I had my between periods interview guests tell me the longer this game goes, it favors Boston College. Well, Providence won the game. What's your opinion? Who does it favor the longer it goes here?
I think Duluth is a well-conditioned team. Mike Sertich really works those guys in their practices. He has these certain drills like the famous Herbies that the U.S. Olympic team did, where they really just skates them and skates them and skates them, and the team has remarkable endurance, and I expect they'll be able to skate better than R.P.I. R.P.I. also, with all that hitting, I think it's going to take a lot out of them. So,
Rod, you got a tough job. You got to wrap up this tournament, these overtime games, and the title game for Monday's edition of USA Today. Good luck to you. That's going to be quite a job.
It's going to be quite a job because there's a lot of heroes to write about. I mean, Chris Terreri, of course, is the standout, but there's some awfully good players here, and squeezing that into a tight story is very difficult, I know.
All right, Rod, I know you'll do it. You always do it well. We enjoy reading your column in USA Today. Rod Beaton, the excellent hockey beat writer of USA Today. We're at the end of regulation time again, and we're tied. Minnesota Duluth 5, R.P.I. 5. We'll return to Joe Louis Arena in a moment. Had a steam up, but couldn't control the puck. And Springer sends it cross ice with Jim Johnson for Minnesota Duluth into the R.P.I. zone. Back out again. Here's Nienhaus. Nienhaus looking for a breaking Butrin. But the puck is intercepted by Tom Herzig. And both sides we get a quick line change as the puck goes behind the Minnesota Duluth net. Jim Johnson carrying up for the Bulldogs. He's got Bill Watson on right wing. Watson centering pass, and oh, looked like Johnson was taken down nicely by Dark in the slot and never able to put his stick on that puck, and we have a whistle on a face-off.
That certainly was a good play by Dark, because that fella Jim Johnson was breaking in right for the corner of the net. At the same time, Watson was laying a pass across there. Watson timed it perfectly, so did Johnson, and so did Dark. And Dark made the big play, bringing him down, not allowing him to get a stick on the puck. Game remains tied in this sudden death overtime right now. The next goal wins it, and both squads not really getting a good opportunity thus far.
Bill Hermberg controls the face-off for R.P.I. Up to George Servinas, hustles after it. Puck comes loose around the blue line, and here comes Toninato. He dumps it behind the net of R.P.I. Dark. The right wing boards, he goes to DePronio. DePronio. Servinas has it bounce off his stick. Here comes DePronio, though. He gloves it, puts it down. He'll take the shot anyway. Why not? Costi makes the glove save, and he'll steer it aside for his defenseman, Goslin. Over to Norm McIver. McIver, center ice. We go to Anoka. I'm sorry. I'm pronouncing that name all night right, and I get it wrong in overtime. Well, sometimes the announcer's reflexes wear thin.
I think I won't mind if he scores a goal. You can call him anything you want. Right now, each team really using the boards a great deal. We don't see much passing in the center ice zone. Anytime they have nothing to do with it, or if they're in a neutral zone, they're not even looking in the middle. They're just banking it off the boards, hoping to keep it ahead, hoping not to have anyone intercept that pass and break away. They're playing very, very conservatively thus far in this overtime.
Mike Sertich, a bit of deja vu for his hockey club. They went to 4 overtimes before being beaten by Bowling Green in the national championship game at Lake Placid last March. Face-off deep in the zone. Skeeter Moore tries to whirl around and get a shot on net. Can't do it. Moore has it, though. Face-off circle trying to center the puck for Dave Cowan, and Cowan is smothered right in front of the net, and the puck comes out to center ice, where Brian Johnson will go back chasing for it for Minnesota Duluth, and he catches up to it before Mark Juris can get there. Skeeter Moore, center ice for the Bulldogs, back to Brian Johnson. Johnson ahead to Brett Hull. Hull 1-on-3, can't do any business. Here's Skeeter Moore. Moore fighting for that puck. Moore still has it. Back to Brian Johnson. He goes over to DeAngelis. DeAngelis' shot is blocked by Mark Juris into the left corner. Skeeter Moore looking to center. Breaking around the goal. He centers out in front. Poopa falls on it. Oh, a nice play by Skeeter Moore. He had 2 options. He could either center it for some of his teammates, or he tried to wrap it around, it looked like.
Well, he came around the net, and Cowan timed it perfectly. He went into position to get the puck. Here's Skeeter Moore. He's going to come around the net. He sees Cowan breaking in right here. So as he tries to get it out in front, Cowan's right there. He gets his stick on it, and Poopa, with the outstretched glove, is able to make the stop.
Well, he tried to center the puck, did Moore. Good thought, but it didn't click that time. Face-off to the left of goaltender Darren Poopa. This is Tom Herzig behind the net. And he's tied up by Dark, Mike Dark, and we'll have another face-off again to the left of Darren Poopa. 2:42 left in the first overtime. 5-5 Minnesota Duluth and R.P.I. Matt Christensen on the the face-off from Minnesota Duluth, but the puck comes behind the R.P.I. net. Herzig, left wing boards over there to try and keep it in. This is Trini Iteraldi. And R.P.I. just scoops the puck out of that. And here comes Craig Niehaus, who couldn't control the puck, or he might have had a decent break on the right wing. Coming down the slot and getting a shot away was Jim Springer, big defenseman. And back comes Niehaus. Niehaus against Johnson. Niehaus into the right corner. Going to look for somebody in the slot, but won't have an opportunity as Jim Johnson takes him into the boards. Back to the point. Robinson's shot is blocked in front by Springer. Iteraldi right in front and has the puck taken off his stick by Johnson. And here comes Bill Watson to center ice. The Hobie Baker Award winner into the zone to Matt Christensen. Christensen has a man. That's Herzig, and Pupa comes out to cut down the angle. Make that Odnikon. Odnikon had the shot, and Pupa comes out to smother him.
And he had to do that because a great pass by Matt Christensen put Odnikon in perfect position to score, but Pupa came out, cut the angle, fell down, blocked it, gave him nothing to shoot at, and was able to smother that puck. Good opportunity for Christensen, but just beat by Pupa. A good move.
Toninato and Hernberg. Hernberg wins the faceoff for R.P.I. 1:46 to go in the first overtime. Pierre Langevin behind the net. The puck comes loose. Langevin up to Servinas, but it's kept into the zone by Norm McIver. This is Ken Hammond. To Neil Hernberg. Hernberg over center ice, bumped off very nicely by Jim Toninato. A loose puck behind the net in the UMD zone. Servinas fighting for it. Centering pass knocked away by Guy Goslin. Goslin with a nice move to escape Tim Friday's checking. Gets it up to Barron. Barron into the R.P.I. zone. Tries to hit Odnikon on the left wing. Odnikon controls behind the net. His centering pass hits the back of the net. Goes to the right wing boards. Johnson pitching in from defense. Whether make that Norm McIver. McIver still fighting for the puck. It's Hernberg, and Hernberg will get a face-off as he is tied up with 56 seconds to go in the first overtime.
Well, Langevin made both Odnikon and McIver pay for going after that puck along the boards. Pierre Langevin was 6'2", 205-pound defenseman with two heavy checks, finally freezing the puck along the boards. A little happy to get off there and get a little rest as we see him go to the bench area.
This game is not only draining the players in Lunani, but it's also draining the fans. They've been rather quiet lately. Now they're up cheering their teams on, but I think even their emotions are drained at this point.
Duluth wings using their speed real well on the outside, getting outside in position for some shots. One pass connected on Christensen's pass across to Odnikon, and a couple others came very close for good opportunities.
Robinson to dart for R.P.I., but Skeeter Moore tries to center it, looking for Dave Cowan. Couldn't get there as the R.P.I. defense was there in time. 40 seconds left to go in the first overtime. We're still tied. We'll have another 10-minute overtime. Here comes Adam Oates to Carter. Carter is loose down the slot. Centering pass, and Juris goes for it, but can't get a shot on net. 30 seconds left in the OT. Ryan Johnson over to Dave Cowan. Taken away by R.P.I., but Johnson coming up nicely right in front of the goaltender. A shot. Oh! Bouncing puck just in front. And Costi didn't see that till it was too late, but it went wide. Another centering pass, and Cowan is there for Minnesota Duluth to relieve the pressure with 15 seconds to go in the overtime.
Well, Juris is just standing down there with his hands to his head. Number 7, Juris, all alone on the left side of the net. As the puck came across, it was deflected. Costi didn't see it, as you said, Tom, and Juris knew he had a wide open net. But Mark Juris couldn't get a stick on the puck, and Rick Costi still in the hockey game.
Oh, my. 12 seconds to go in the first overtime. They won't resurface the ice if we're still tied at 12 more seconds. They'll just take a brief rest and change ends, and away we'll go. Matt Christensen, the face-off against Maurice Mancy. A shot from a kneeling position for R.P.I. by Terry Butrin, but it was wide to the stick side. Back to the point. There goes Friday. His shot is deflected. Hammond has the shot, but has the puck bounce off his stick. And that is the end of the first overtime period. And we are still tied. Our score, Minnesota Duluth 5, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute 5. We'll be back with the second overtime from Joe Louis Arena in a moment. Herzig nearly made the big boo-boo of the night.
And Juris has had two opportunities. He's going to be talking to himself. One in the last minute of the overtime and one in the first minute of this overtime period.
Both sides changing lines now. Puck goes back to center ice. Friday and Kenny Hammond on defense for R.P.I. Hammond knocks it in behind the zone. And we have a whistle, and an icing will be called.
Mark Juris intercepting that pass 15 feet from the net directly in front of Costi. Just trying to put a bullet by him, but missed the net. And George Savinas right there, the man with all the speed, the fellow that's really been coming on. He's got 31 goals this year for R.P.I. The majority of them in the second half. Very dangerous man on the ice. If he gets on the outside of you, he's got speed to burn you.
Face off to the right, a goaltender. Darren Pupa, the shot from the blue line is wide by Jim Johnson. Odnicon controlling to the slot, but Barron couldn't get his stick down. Barron gets it down that time, knocks it behind the net, but Odnicon has it taken away by Mike Robinson. And Robinson just pushes the puck behind the net. That'll be another icing call and another face-off in the RPI zone.
Well, that's not a good play. You want to make sure you control the puck when you have no one on you. In a case like that, RPI had the chance to break out with 3 men. But in his haste, Robinson got it up too high and too deep. You got to face off deep in your own zone. So Mike Odessa, the coach, is going to switch lines. He wants to make sure you get that puck out of the zone. As we look at Mike Surdich, looking at the way his players are lying, hoping that they win that draw and get a good opportunity off the face-off to score a goal.
Servinas, or no, it's not Servinas. It's Trini Giraldi and Toninato. Look at Mark Odnicon trying to get right next to Toninato on the face-off. They push him back. Controlled by RPI, and the puck comes out to center ice. Going back for it is Jim Springer. Giraldi will be right on his case. Springer around behind the net. Giraldi there to bother him. Puck comes loose. And that is Niehaus in front for Giraldi. Giraldi cannot get a good shot away at all. And it is Odnicon bringing it up into the RPI zone. Puck is loose, and here comes Butrin for RPI. Butrin has Niehaus, and he leaves it into the right corner. Niehaus goes to chase it in. Looking to center, out in front for Butrin. Couldn't get the stick on it. And this is Mike Robinson. Robinson dumps it in behind the net. 8 minutes to go in the second overtime. Butrin knocked away by Jim Johnson for Minnesota Duluth. This is Niehaus. And Niehaus is tied up along the boards. We'll have a face-off to the left of Rick Costi.
Well, a good job by Jim Springer there. Niehaus was coming around the outside. He could have passed the puck back to the point man or directly across the ice, but Springer knocked him down and got the whistle. You want to make sure you're not having everybody leaving their positions and allowing someone to move in from the point for a clear shot. Springer knocked Niehaus down and blew the whistle as Niehaus fell on the puck.
There's 17 to the faceoff. Dave Cowan for Minnesota Duluth. Neil Hernberg for RPI. A quick shot off the faceoff by Santafor, the save. And the rebound comes into the right corner. Oh, Santafor had a good shot there. And Costi the save. And the puck goes down and deep into the RPI zone. There is no icing called. Santafor with the puck, taken away by Brett Hull. Into the slot, the shot, and it's an arm save by Cowan. A right arm save, or Cowan takes the shot, and the arm save by Pupa goes over the glass.
But the play was offside. The whistle had gone just previous to that, so the faceoff will come outside.
Didn't even hear the whistle of this crowd.
It only came out about 1 foot. The linesman right on the spot. You don't want to see the game ended by an offside goal. Nope. They're going to watch those lines very, very closely, and if it's close, then they call it safe. You're not going to want to be second-guessed on an offside causing an overtime game.
Adam Oates and Dave Cowan centering, or rather taking the face-off just outside the RPI zone. Puck is dropped, and Oates controls back into his own zone. It's Tim Friday, who scored the first goal of this game way back in the first period of regulation. This is Oates. He's got Mark Juris. Back to Carter. The slap shot is well wide to the right. Boy, that was a bullet, but it was not on net. Friday recontrols for RPI on the center ice. Oates deflects off his stick down the slot. Juris forechecking, but can't keep it in the zone. Comes back out to center. Ken Hammond is on the case, and Hammond dumps it in behind the net. Carter will control and dump it in behind the net again for RPI. On McIver. Batted down in front. That was Santafor. Santafor has it taken off his stick as he's the victim of a hard but clean check in the slide. And Skeeter Moore lifts it out of the zone. Looked like a lob in tennis the way he lifted it out to center ice, and now both teams, I should say Minnesota Duluth, will get a line change. And allows the RPI engineers to bring it out of the zone. It's knocked back in. Tim Friday fighting with it. And eventually, we have Servinas knocking it into the Minnesota Duluth zone, but they ruled that Hernberg was offside at the center position, so they'll take the face-off outside the zone with 6:27 to go.
Well, Coach Mike Odessa has double-shifted Cervinas. He's still going 4 lines, but what he's done is pulled Mancy out, double-shifted Cervinas, and put Hernberg and Satapor in there. He's used all 4 lines in the overtime. Duluth has only used the 3.
Trini Iteraldi and Matt Christensen, and Iteraldi controls the face-off, but it's knocked deep into the zone by Nienhaus. Back forward for Minnesota Duluth is Mike DeAngelis. Puck comes loose in the left corner, and now Nienhaus skates in there to get a face-off with Matt Christensen, and will face it off to the right of goaltender Rick Costi.
Wings are picking up their men very, very quickly. We've only seen 1 3-on-2 in this overtime. That just being 2 previous shifts when John Carter came down. Adam Rhodes dropped him that puck, and Carter unloaded with a bomb. Carter, by the way, the leading goal scorer with 41.
Iteraldi, excuse me, Lou, controls the face-off. The shot by Maurice Mancy was wide. There is Dark. Backhand shot intended for Iteraldi. Can't control the puck. But there is Mancy. He knocks it back behind the net. Buttrin is there for R.P.I. to try and get the face-off, but instead he finds his man out in front, and it's Iteraldi, and Iteraldi is smothered. Oh, that was closer than it looked. Costi makes the save.
Fortunately, that puck didn't come free because Iteraldi was right there. He didn't have much to shoot at. Costi knew that. He played tight against the pipe where he had to. He was able to make the save, and Iteraldi was following up, and that puck looked like it was coming free from him, and he just wanted to jam it home, but Costi made the save and covered up the rebound to draw the face-off to his left.
We saw a puck come loose earlier in the game where Bill Watson took a shot initially, was cruising right in. Rebound came out to him, and he switched to the forehand and knocked it in. Adam Oates. Face off against Toninato. Oates controls it to Carter. Carter's shot is blocked by Odnikon. And Jim Springer controls it, can't get it out of the zone. R.P.I. doing some excellent forechecking here, and another face-off. And I think you're going to find a lot more face-offs in this overtime. Number 1, because both teams want to be careful. Number 2, because they're tired.
And that big fella is really tough to knock off his skates. His tremendous presence here tonight. Works very, very hard. You know, Mike Odessa paid him a supreme compliment. He said he's as fine a players he's had play for him, and he's had Rod Langway play for him. So, I mean, that's some pretty big shoes you're talking about.
Sure is. The backhander by Joris is wide, and behind that it hits the boards and comes back out. Joris again. Top of the circle, gets it out to Hammond. Hammond over to Friday. Friday tees it up, but his first shot is blocked. Friday gets it back again. Can't get anything on it. And here it goes on the con down the left wing. But Friday breaks back well to cut him off, as does Hammond. Don Carter playing without a helmet. That's how rough and tough the play is behind the net. This is Barron from Minnesota Duluth. Barron still fighting with the puck, knocked off by Tim Friday. Friday just gave him an elbow and knocked him to the ice.
He just sort of grabbed him a little bit and says, I want you out of here.
Well, the puck goes behind the red line, and we have an icing call with even 5 minutes to go in the second overtime. We're tied at 5, and we'll be back to Joe Louis Arena in a moment.
ESPN, the driving force in auto racing.
And Adam Oates fights for it, but Christensen controls. Back to the point. Knocked away by R.P.I. Into center ice we go. Juris, he was cutting on a mini break of his own, but the puck was knocked away before he could control it, and deep into the right corner we go, and the puck goes over the goal line, and again an icing call. We'll go back and do it over again, the R.P.I. zone.
R.P.I. trying quite a few long passes as we look at a very tired co-captain Jim Johnson of this Duluth hockey team. He's had an outstanding season for him, a very steady defenseman. Seen a lot of ice time, and that youngster Jim Springer, he's only 5'11", 180, but he moves with great speed up the ice. Good puck handler.
Jim Toninato is on to take this face-off for Mike Sertich's team. Mike Odessa, let's see who he sends out. George Trevinas is strolling in there, but it's going to be, I believe, Neil Hernberg to do the duties.
Whoever it's going to be, he better be winning the face-off because you don't want to lose any face-offs giving up shots in this crucial time.
2:52 left in the second overtime. The first semifinal game went 3 overtimes, or a portion of the third overtime. The face-off controlled by Minnesota Duluth, but R.P.I. gets it right back, and Tim Friday takes it behind his net. Friday making sure of every pass here, finds Cervinas at center ice. Cervinas cuts into the right wing, leaves it for Satapor. Satapor takes the shot, stick save by Costi. Barron to DeAngelis now for UMD. Satapor doing some forechecking. DeAngelis gets over to Brian Johnson. Up the left wing we go to Odnikon, but it comes back into the Minnesota Duluth zone, and Brian Johnson has to go back for it. Johnson overshoots Odnikon on the pass, and Friday controls for R.P.I. at center ice to Ken Hammond. Breaking in with a shot that was partially blocked was Butrin. Behind the net, it's DeAngelis to Mike Barron. Odnikon, center ice, dumps it into the RPI zone. No icing here. Tim Friday goes back to get it for RPI. Friday to center ice to Butryn. Or Butryn, I should say. Butryn. Here's Guy Gosselin ahead into the zone. Skeeter Moore with the puck. Into the right corner to Hull. Hull's shot is blocked. Initially, he gets it back, but he can't get a good shot away. The puck is loose. And eventually, Trini Ederaldi gets it for RPI. Ahead to Craig Nienhaus. Nienhaus 1-on-1 with Guy Gosselin. Nienhaus, he'll snap off the wrist, and a glove save by Costi coming out to cut the angle down. 1:25 to go in the second overtime. Brett Hull knocks that puck away as it was cruising down the slot. Into the right corner again. Several players struggling for it. We're going to have a face-off as Adam Oates was in there along with teammate Butryn.
Well, Terry Butryn made the big play this overtime when he fell in front of Brett Hull. Brett Hull was 20 feet away, right in front of the net, and nobody shoots him better than Brett Hull. And he just unloaded with a shot. Terry Butryn, even though he's a forward, he fell in front and blocked it. See Adam Oates getting ready for the face-off. 1:12 to go in the second overtime.
Adam Oates. Face-off comes behind the Minnesota Duluth net. Bill Watson. Watson gets it over to defenseman Springer. Back to Watson playing catch behind the net as RPI forechecks him. Here comes Watson carrying the puck out. Gets it to Springer. Springer, though, loses control. Juris momentarily has it. Watson now gets it over to Tom Herzig. Herzig breaks out. Tom Herzig down the right wing. Herzig wants to cut in or leave it for somebody, but it's taken away nicely by Mike Robinson of RPI. Watson now takes it back. The shot from the slot by Tom Herzig is wide. RPI controls behind its own net. Kept in at the point, though. Puck loose in the slot. Kept in nicely there for a moment by Jim Springer, but it comes back out to center ice. We have less than 30 seconds to go in the second overtime. Puck bouncing deep into the RPI zone, and icing will be the call. 19 seconds left in the second overtime, and we are tied at 5.
And RPI not taking a very intelligent icing in that play. They had an open man on the right side. They could have brought the puck down and had a line change, but taking a face-off in their own zone. 19 seconds to go. And Duluth's been winning some of these face-offs of late. They've had a good opportunity to score a goal.
Neil Hernberg facing off with Jim Toninato. Toninato controls, but intercepted by Satafor. Toninato back to Odnikon. Odnikon's shot is blocked by Hammett. The puck loose out to center ice. 10 seconds to go in the second overtime. Minnesota Duluth. Barron cruising in, but Pupa comes out to steer it out of the way, and that will be it for the second overtime, and we'll go to a third overtime. Minnesota Duluth 5. RPI hold everything. Altercations, fists flying. This could be a determining factor in the game because we may lose a few people, Lou.
Well, you're going to lose Pierre Langevin for sure. I mean, he's going to get a penalty for sure because right after the play was over, he gives Odnikon a little spear. And right now, he's got a couple of fellas, Hernberg and Odnikon, going at it.
Now, tempers are flaring, but these kids have to know in the back of their mind if they take their gloves off and start pounding, they're gone. And they're gone for the next game, too.
Well, Coach Mike Odessa's on the ice waving his players off. He wants to make sure he's getting them off.
Well, that's a good move by Mike Odessa, and penalties will come about. We'll have to see how many and who they go to.
I would think they come about. They can't. I don't think they're going to let that go.
No, the referees are coming over to the box. Let's listen in and see what's going to transpire.
Okay, I got 14 Duluth, 26 RPI.
Bill Watson of Minnesota Duluth, Ken Hammond of RPI.
4 red. And you got 4 red, 4 RPI.
Langevin.
11 slash. All right, then 11 Duluth on a slash. Okay, now we're going to give.
Well, Barron has been called for slashing for Minnesota Duluth. Langevin's been called for cross-checking so far for RPI.
Plus Hammond and Watson.
Right. But they may have changed that. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, each of them had one, or 2 players, one from each squad.
We're going to give 11 on Minnesota Duluth. We're going to give him 4 minutes slashing.
The 11's got 4 minutes for slashing.
2 minutes for roughing.
He's got 6 minutes.
Yep. That's number 11. Number 26 has got 4 minutes for roughing.
That's for R.P.I.
That's for R.P.I. The other guys have 2 and 2.
That's 14 and 4.
Yep.
That's for roughing?
For roughing.
Let me read these back to you.
Well, Lou Nanny, when it's all washed out, I believe, and my arithmetic is correct, that R.P.I. will end up with a power play for 2 minutes.
That's right, and that's going to bother Coach Mike Zerdich a little bit, because the altercation started right in the corner with the spear by Langevin.
Well, the Zamboni has to come out and resurface the ice before we get ready for our third overtime. Our score's tied. Minnesota Duluth 5, R.P.I. 5. We'll be back to Joe Louis Arena in a few moments.
There's a style in your life no one could ever deny. You're on your way to the top, and along the way you've always known just who you are. Where you're going, you've always known it. Where you're going, it's Michelob.
Where you're going, it's exceptionally smooth Michelob.
Where you're going, it's Michelob.
ESPN, the driving force in auto racing, brings you the 1985 NASCAR Late Model Sportsman's Race live from Tennessee next.
For the third overtime from Joe Louis Arena, semifinals NCAA Ice Hockey Championships, R.P.I. Minnesota Duluth tied at 5. Now the penalties from the altercation at the end of the second overtime. For Minnesota Duluth, Mark Barron gets 4 minutes for slashing. That's the referees explaining it to the captains now. Barron gets 4 minutes for slashing and 2 for roughing. It's 6 minutes for him. Bill Watson gets 2 minutes for roughing. Those are the Minnesota Duluth penalties. For R.P.I., Ken Hammond, the defenseman, gets 4 minutes for roughing. Pierre Langevin, a defenseman, gets 2 minutes for roughing. After you wash it all out, Minnesota Duluth has accrued 8 minutes in penalties. R.P.I. has 6 minutes. It equals an R.P.I. power play.
Eventually, they'll start off 3-on-3, go 4-on-4, then 5-on-4. But the key in all of this is that Duluth on the 3-on-3 has got Watson and Barron in the penalty box. 2 of the fellows that have got goals tonight, in fact 3 of them between the 2 of them, because Barron has got 2 good goal scorers, so R.P.I. does have an advantage to start the period. Not only they will eventually have a numerical advantage if we get that far,
right,
but Duluth having 2 of their better shooters in the penalty box.
So we won't have an actual power play for what, 6 minutes?
No, 4 minutes.
4 minutes. And another thing to remember is that the 2 men in the penalty box for R.P.I. are both defensemen, Pierre Langevin and Ken Hammond. And tired defensemen can cost you hockey games.
Well, they've been using 6 all night long, so that's not going to wear too tough on them. R.P.I.'s got 6 defensemen. They keep switching them. Hammond has seen a great deal of ice and plays extremely well, but the other fellows have done a good job also.
Here we go, third overtime. Herzig and Oates in the face-off, when the puck comes into the R.P.I. zone. Behind the net for Darren Pupo, steers it away from the forechecking Herzig. Puck comes loose, though, and it's Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson being bothered by Dart. Bill Dart gets the puck away from Johnson. Good job by big number 22, not Bill Dart, Mike Dart, 6'3", 220-pounder. And it's Mike Dart carrying into the Minnesota Duluth zone. Dart just shoots it in front. No help there, and puck stopped easily by Norm McIver. McIver to center ice. Into the R.P.I. zone. And he is knocked off the puck by Mike Robinson. Robinson and McIver fighting for it in the right corner. Puck loose out in front for a moment, but Dart steers it aside. Darren Pupa had the short side covered there, had the pad right up against the post. Dart, Oates, and Robinson on the ice for R.P.I. Adam Oates shooting it back in. 55 seconds left on a pair of the penalties. Again, the power play won't come into effect for about another minute and 50 seconds or so. 4-minute mark of this third overtime. Mark Odnikon at center ice for Minnesota Duluth. He's 1-on-3, surrounded by R.P.I. defenders. Odnikon dumps it in behind the net. And there goes Tim Friday. Back to Prendergast to Friday. Odnikon forechecking him. Now backs off, and Friday just lazily carries to center ice. Looks almost like these two teams are trying to kill off the penalties to get some fresh troops in there.
Well, one thing Duluth doesn't want to do is just kill it off, because eventually they're going to be a man short if they do.
Terry Buttrin in the slot, back to Prendergast. Prendergast has it knocked off his stick by Mark Odnikon. And Prendergast falls down, just plain fell down over his skates as he was making the backward move.
It'll be 4-on-4 right now.
All right, now it is 4-on-4. Each team gets a man out. Watson out for Minnesota Duluth. Longeman comes out for R.P.I. Quickly skates to the bench, and he gets over there and has replaced the shot by Jim Johnson. He's replaced by Craig Nienhaus, who's come on. This is Friday behind the net to Adam Oates. Oates has it taken away by Watson, but now coming back with it for R.P.I. is Neil Hernberg. Hernberg knocks it into the Minnesota Duluth zone and racing back to pick it up is Norm McIver before Oates could get to it. Minute and a half until an R.P.I. power play. Third overtime, NCAA semifinals, Bill Watson. Watson into the R.P.I. zone. Cannot get in front, so he centers it. Tries to center it for Matt Christensen, but the puck is knocked away by Adam Oates. And in the corner, we have a frozen puck and a face-off with 7:11 to go in the third overtime.
Well, Mike Odessa will probably take Oates off now if Watson goes off. You think he might, because you're going to have a power play in a minute 11. If there's anybody you want out there, it's that fellow right there, Oates. So he'll give him a minute's rest, and he'll be back on the ice should we still be playing at that time and get on the power play, because he's the key to it all for R.P.I.
Brett Hull comes on, along with Skeeter Moore. Moore, a local boy from Duluth, Minnesota, 45 points on the year.
He missed some time with an injury. He's just come back in the lineup. He can really move, and the one thing he's going to try and do is get that puck to Hull the way Hull can shoot it.
Moore wins the faceoff to Brett Hull, and Hull wheels around, but he's wide to the right. Skeeter Moore quickly to the boards. He's checked in there by Longeman. And the puck comes around to Mike Dart. The center ice to Iteraldi. Iteraldi trying to headman the puck to Craig Nienhaus, but it was too far in front of him, and Costi makes the save for Minnesota Duluth. Rich Maverick, Costi the goaltender.
R.P.I. now will be content just to kill 55 seconds and then get on the power play if they can. They want to keep the puck ahead, not give Duluth any opportunity at all. Get back in the power play and see if they can put this game away.
Ken Hammond is in the box for R.P.I., but he's there for only 55 seconds. Meanwhile, Mark Barron, who scored 2 goals in this game for Minnesota Duluth, still has to sit in the box for 2:55.
Mike Odessa now will get everybody out with the exception of Servinas off the ice. And he's trying to get Servinas off now. I was wondering why I was going to leave him there, because he wants to keep everybody fresh that plays the power play, so he won't have any of the 4 on at this time.
Nienhaus contesting the draw, but it's won by Minnesota Duluth. Here comes Jim Springer. Springer to Brett Hull. Brett Hull winds up from center ice, but the puck is deflected by Pierre Longeman and goes harmlessly behind the net. Satafor tries to get out of the zone, can't do so. Longeman has to go back and chase it again. Longeman just standing and waiting for the best opportunity to get the puck out of the zone. 31 seconds and R.P.I. will have the man advantage. Satafor tries to bat it down at center ice. Can't get a stick on it. Here's Brett Hull. All into the zone. Always threatening. Always either looking to center or trying to cruise himself into the slot. He appears to be a very, very strong hockey player. Dark. It's Dark over the blue line. On a rush. Centering as he's falling down to the ice. He centered that puck and went right on net. Longeman. Off his stick to Nienhaus. Couldn't get the stick down. Again, it's Dark. Is he going to shoot or not? No. He's going to try and find Nienhaus with a backhander, and Costi with a stick save behind the net. And it is Jim Johnson, and now R.P.I. is on the power play. R.P.I. has the power play for the next minute and 50 seconds. And their fans stand up and chant, "Let's go Red, let's go Red." Tim Friday to Longeman. Puck goes into center ice, but here comes Minnesota Duluth, and that is Skeeter Moore. Moore goes down to the ice. No penalty will be called on that play, and Longeman controls back to Tim Friday. A minute and a half to go on the R.P.I. power play. Servinas and Oates. Servinas shoots. Oates was providing the screen, but the shot wasn't anywhere near the net. In the right corner. To Nienhaus, back to Friday. Again, Oates to Friday. And here is Adam Oates. He's got an open shot, didn't take it. Goes over to Friday. Now Oates is clear. He's got a man in front. The shot, and wide is Carter. But that was the correct play. Carter had some open ice, and his shot just went wide.
That's R.P.I.'s play. They set up at the blue line. Carter starts going for the net. They bring Oates out. And as Friday moves to the center, he always fakes the shot, gives it back to Carter. And Carter, who's down deep, just steps back, likes to get a cross-ice pass from Oates and put it away. But that time, a good save by Costi keeps us playing with a minute and 4 seconds to go on the penalty to Barron. Duluth short-handed. Now bringing out Toomey, who hasn't seen any action in the overtime, to kill a penalty.
Face off to the right of Rick Costi. Adam Oates against Tom Herzig. Oates controls the draw. Juris is on along with him. A minute to go on the RPI power play, and the puck is whistled out of the zone very nicely by Jim Johnson. Buys some time for his club as Carter comes back. John Carter trying to organize one more RPI rush. Still plenty of time. 47 seconds left to go on this power play, and it's Oates on the left wing to Juris. Juris trying to center the puck for Servinas, who wasn't there in the slot. Friday keeps it in the zone. Friday out to Carter. Carter will wind it up, and it's deflected wide to the right of the goal. Friday to Carter. Carter with a shot. Low shot, and it's wide by about 1.5 feet to the right. Friday to Servinas. Servinas cruising on in. Draws the defense back to Friday. Friday over to Carter. Carter will take the shot. With 15 seconds left in the power play, Carter scores for RPI, and it's an all-Eastern final in the College Hockey Championship.
That puck was deflected in front of the net. I'm not sure if it was an RPI player or not, but it was deflected, and the goaltender Costi couldn't do anything about it.
Now, Lou, as you look at the celebration of the RPI players, you have to think about Mike Surdich and his Minnesota Duluth players. They lose the finals last year in the 4th overtime, and here they are vanquished midway through the 3rd overtime.
Just a superb hockey game. Both teams playing extremely well throughout. And just the difference in the game was the specialty teams, and that power play of RPI that connected on 35% during regular season did it again here tonight.
The RPI fans are ecstatic. The Minnesota Duluth fans are standing in silence, stunned silence. We believe it was a power play goal by Carter. Let's take another look at it.
You see him taking the shot, but watch in front. That puck's going to change direction. It gets deflected. It bounced right there. It goes up and over.
I think it hit Jim Johnson's stick in front.
Yeah, it looked like it hit the Duluth defenseman's stick.
Take a look at another angle.
You'll see number 15, the gunner in the power play, John Carter, who has already got 42 goals done tonight right there with that shot. It definitely changed direction, goes in the net and beats Costi.
So John Carter's goal at 5:45 of the 3rd overtime has propelled the Engineers, the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, into the finals. 6-5, the final score. We'll be back at Joe Louis Arena. We're going to stay right here at Joe Louis Arena. And Lou Nanne, I want to thank you for making it so enjoyable to work this hockey game tonight. It's been a classic, and I've enjoyed working with you.
And we expect to see another one like that tomorrow night, Tom.
That's right. Saturday Night Live at 7 Eastern Time, the championship game, RPI in Providence. For Lou Nanne, I'm Tom Mees from an excited Joe Louis Arena. The final score in overtime, RPI 6, Minnesota Duluth 5. We'll see you Saturday night at 7 for the finals.
Daiwa introduces the most advanced bait casting reel ever to surface. Graphite Magforce with AutoCast. The lightweight reel that helped Larry Nixon win the Bassmasters Classic. With Daiwa's new AutoCast control that lets you cast one-handed and cover the water faster. Plus a 5.36 to 1 retrieve that's the fastest in fishing. Get Daiwa's new Magforce with AutoCast and get a jump on the fish.
Of the Week is brought to you by Pepto-Bismol. For most common stomach discomforts, the one that coats is the only one you need.
The Villanova Wildcats have proven to be the surprise team of the regionals this year. Seeded only 8th in the Southeast, they defeated Dayton at home, upset Michigan, Maryland here in Birmingham, and with a second-half rally, blew away the North Carolina Tar Heels for a spot in college basketball's Final Four.
Villanova's amazing route to the Final Four, the Pepto-Bismol Upset of the Week.
Soon, this place will be jumping. People will stuff themselves with hot dogs and hot tacos, and that can give them heartburn.
Boy, if I were home, I'd take some Pepto.
Oh, you could still take Pepto. Portable Pepto.
When heartburn or upset stomach hits, fight back with Pepto-Bismol. The soothing effectiveness that's in Pepto-Bismol liquid is also in Pepto-Bismol tablets. When you need relief, don't forget portable Pepto tablets. Now, who says you can't take it with you?
By the friendly skies of United, serving more of the nation's top 100 business centers than anyone.
You're not just flying, you're flying the friendly skies.
Tennessee Olympics, 20-year-old Wilma Rudolph won almost as many gold medals in her 3 running events as the entire team of American male runners. She won gold medals in both the 100 and the 200 meter and anchored the 400 meter relay team to their gold medal. But success hasn't always been this easy.
I think it's important that the people know from the standpoint of being a black female athlete in this country, it was not so easy because the timing was not there. The thing that I can say that was still there was the fight, the belief. When you say being successful, I think one is always successful when they can look back and admit that they've had a lot of failures along the road of becoming successful. And I've had a lot of them. I mean, my children now are big, but I can look back and say, my God, what happened? I did a lot of things, but from the standpoint of the things that were not successful, I value them as much as the things that I've touched that have become successful, because it still gave me the drive and the will to keep going, to make it work. And I think every athlete that comes through that has been dedicated for a number of years want to give something back.
Wilma was born in St. Bethlehem, Tennessee. At the age of 4, she was stricken with double pneumonia and scarlet fever, leaving her with the use of only one leg until age 11. It was at this time that sports became a part of Wilma's life. She went on to average more than 32 points per game for her high school basketball team, and she became the star athlete of her class. This success led to her involvement in track and field. After her high school graduation, she joined the Tennessee State University track team. The rest of her running career is history.
I look back and, you know, they call you a pioneer, or they say you're a living legend, and you sort of pinch yourself, because most of the people that you speak about when it comes to a legend are not alive. So you have a chance to really focus on what's going on. It just refreshes me now to know that I was not totally insane, to believe fully in the development of women's programs. You know, when I came through, it was just something that was unheard of. And now you see people running everywhere. I mean, down the street, in the street, the cars are honking for them to move over. So it's a refreshing feeling.
Because of her childhood illness, Wilma relied a great deal on her family for emotional support.
My family played an important role. And I've always credited my family. I'm from a very large family. I'm the 20th of 22 children. And to be surrounded with love is the greatest aspect of overcoming any ill feelings that one has about oneself, because that reassuring feeling is always there in the household. Now, if it had not been within the household, I can't even imagine what would have happened to me, because I did not have a chance to do so many things as a young kid. I mean, my first year, I had a homebound teacher. My second year, I went part of the time, but not all of the time. And when you miss school, it's like missing out on what goes on in the world, because when I grew up as a young kid, everything that went on was created within the school, all activities. That was the place. I mean, if you missed school, you missed it all.
In addition to achieving track and field success, Wilma had other goals in her life. Following her Olympic success, she returned to school, married, and had children. And yet, over the years, she has never lost her interest in track and field.
They always ask me, how did I get to Indianapolis? I always say it's a two-way street, that, you know, I sort of selected them, but they selected me from the standpoint that I do believe in what I do. I believe in the work that I do with the kids. I had been here doing some other work, and it was a pilot program, really, with Lily and the IPS school systems. I went into the schools and I lectured to the kids who were in the schools here, and it was successful. The kids were great. I still see some of them. The amazing thing is I never take any film clip of myself when I go around. It's just the expression, what you see is what you get. You get Wilma, you get a sincere, motivational talk, speech about experiences, things that have happened, things that you believe in, things that you keep working toward, and the foundation was one of them. And now I've had the doors open since, well, it was really the beginning, the initial beginning started in 1981. It was 82, January, before I really got the doors open. And I opened the doors, in a community service center here, Flanner House. It's an old establishment. They're very kind. I had a one-room office with my administrative assistant, but I think that's what really made it all work, because you know, you reach over the top of one's head to answer the telephone, but you keep things going. I enjoyed the experience of working with them. Now I'm in my new offices, and it's working really fine. The program structure of from '82, we just started the development of portion. The Wilma Ralph Foundation is a community-based organization, and it is structured from the standpoint of a pyramid, if you've seen the logo. And in the middle of the logo, there's a gazelle. The story behind the gazelle is that they call me in Europe the Black Gazelle, and I've always had the name. It was something that I cherished. Being called the Black Gazelle in the 60s was something that was unthought of for a black woman. If you know what a gazelle is, I think he's a sort of petite, cute little animal, and he runs very quickly. And to see him in action is a sheer delight. And to know that they thought of me that way was something that I wanted to carry on, that made history. So I made it a part of my legacy, which is my foundation. This year, we're really moving. We're going into our first year for fundraising. We have a series of track meets planned for the kids. We always have a developmental portion of the program, and that's talking with the kids on a one-on-one, sharing with them, developing them from the standpoint of attitudes, motivating them, and to continue to spearhead them toward education. And of course, to turn out world-class athletes.
As the saying goes, experience is one's best teacher. And for Wilma, track and field taught some important lessons.
I think the greatest thing, the thing that I learned was being a world-class athlete or being the Olympic champion doesn't always put you in the middle of the arena. It helps to be that person, but you have to continue to work toward your own goals, because that is only one portion that you have fulfilled. And it was sort of a letdown when you come back and you're not handed $2-3 million contracts, so to say. I mean, it is something that the youth have to know, especially the young men that try out for the professional leagues, that 1 out of every 10 is able to stay in that arena. The crucial aspect is being able to get an education. If you can't get it at that point, of course it's fine to pursue an athletic goal. It's sort of trading off. One enhances the other. I have had a great ability in the world of athletics. I traded it off with the university, Tennessee State University, to obtain an education. So one sort of offsets the other, and I think the youth have to know that. You know, you're giving something, but you have to obtain what they're giving you. So that, because it's a short period. It's a very short period in one's life. It seems like it's a long period. I mean, the training period, of course, is long, but in reality, it's very short. And the thing that makes it work for you is being able to do something when it's over.
Hello, everybody. David Sullivan here for SportsCenter Plus. From Lexington, Kentucky today, ESPN has learned that the new University of Kentucky basketball coach, according to reliable sources, will be Lute Olson, the coach at Arizona. Olson is in Lexington attending the Final Four, and we understand that his attorney is also there. And barring any snags in the negotiations with the Kentucky officials, it appears the school will make an announcement on Monday that Lute Olson will be the new head basketball coach at the University of Kentucky. To replace Joe B. Hall. 12-year collegiate record, Iowa, of course, and then on to Arizona. 223 wins, 119 losses for Lute Olson. We'll have more later. Right now, we'll take this short break and come back.
The new 145 horsepower VMAX from Yamaha is like no other motorcycle you've ever seen before. But you may have noticed that.
Of course, the other news in Lexington, Kentucky today, the Final Four, the NCAA basketball semifinals. It'll be Georgetown and St. John's and Memphis State meeting Villanova. And, of course, the two winners will clash on Monday night at Rupp Arena for the national championship. I'm David Sullivan. That wraps up this report of Sports Center Plus. Right now, it's live auto racing coming up from Bristol, Tennessee. Enjoy the race.
Network presents Auto Racing 85. From Bristol International Raceway, Bristol, Tennessee, in the extreme northeastern portion of the state, we welcome you to the Budweiser 200. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob Jenkins along with Larry Newber. This is our first live telecast for 1985. It's a big racing weekend here. Tomorrow, the Valleydale 500 Grand National Race. Today, the Budweiser 200 Late Model Sportsman Race. Our first telecast, not an IndyCar race, not a Grand National race, but a late model sportsman race. And when you compare it to, say, baseball, Larry, it certainly is AAA League.
Well, every year the cars get just a little faster and they certainly get nicer looking, and NASCAR is looking at this division just that way as its next step underneath the major leagues. This is good racing and promises to be an exciting race.
5 former late model sportsman champion are in the starting lineup today. The defending champion, Sam Ard, is not in the lineup. He's still recuperating from injuries late last season. The current points leader, Jimmy Hensley, is in the lineup, and from the Grand National ranks, Jeff Bodine.
Well, Hensley and Ard, they have driven the same car in the past 2 years. Ard is still recovering from injuries from a year ago, and Hensley was a bit of a surprise as the selection for replacing Sam in the car. He's already won a race this year. He's been around a number of years in race driving, and he's like the Cinderella story of this year. Then we look at Jeff Bodine. He is the best qualified of all the Grand National stars running in this race. Now, he will not run every race this year on this trail, but how high can he finish in points by running maybe half of the races? We'll see.
And the pole sitter for today's race with a new track record here at Bristol is Tommy Ellis. With him, the third member of our broadcast crew today, here is Jack Arute.
Thank you, Bob. One of the things that's so great about Bristol International Raceway is it lends itself well to aggressive drivers. And the man who has planked himself on the pole is probably one of the most aggressive in the business, Tommy Ellis. Tommy, it looks like you're not going to have to fight too hard to come to the front today.
Well, you know, fortunately, in Freelander Pontiac qualified on the pole, we ran very good. We owe a lot of that thanks to our engine builders, Horns and Eanes out of Richmond. They did a really good job in building us an engine that would have enough horsepower to put us on the pole. You know, this is a horsepower racetrack, and, you know, we've had what we needed here at Bristol, and we've run good ever since we've been here, and hopefully we can start this race and continue on.
Well, the temperatures have increased here today. It's a beautiful spring day. Will the heat be a factor?
Well, I feel like the heat will be a factor. I hope that we've made the right decision in setting that chassis up, because as hot as it is, I feel like this racetrack's going to get a little bit greasy. If it does, your car's going to have to be a little tighter. And if that's the case, we'll be in good shape. But on the other hand, if a racetrack gets tight and stays tight, then we may be a little tight and we may have to adjust the car a little bit during the race. Hopefully, we've made the right decision.
Well, if those adjustments take place, down here on pit road will be where they'll happen.
As he cuts around the outside and puts a forehand shot up and over Terreri. Later in the game, in fact, with just a minute to go, he cut around the outside again, only he was kept on his backhand by Taglianetti that time. Still managed to get a good shot away. He's being brought down, but Terreri made the save and covered up on the rebound. And Siglarski, the coach here, with over 500 wins, never having won the NCAA championship but being here before, has got the feel that maybe this could be our year, because we bounced back with 2 of this period. We've been bouncing back all year long, and I know they haven't won any overtime games. They've lost 3 and tied 2. Again, the law of averages says maybe Boston's going to get them. Same time, Steve Sterling's got to feel confident because of his goaltender that they get a chance, they can score, and it's going to be tough to score on them the way Terreri's been playing for the last 2 weeks.
Well, who's it going to be? Who's going to be the hero? And on the negative side, who could be the GOAT? Somebody that falls down or gives the puck away or lets in maybe an easy goal? We're going to see. Tim Army's line is on for Providence. It's Army, Rooney, and Yomalakis. And on there for Boston College, line of Livingston, Gervasi, and Tim Mitchell. And the overtime is underway. First goal is the winner, of course. This is the first 10-minute overtime. At center ice, it is Noel Catterall pushing the puck into the Boston College zone. Campidelli back behind his own net. No forechecking pressure by Providence, so Campidelli carries it out. Campidelli all the way into the Providence zone. Campidelli wheels around, couldn't control the puck. He could have cut toward the slot, but he lost control, and Catterall covers up at the back of the net.
And he tried to make a backhand pass out to Mitchell in the slot area. Mitchell was trailing the play. When Campidelli lost control of the puck, Mitchell was all alone right at the hash marks in perfect position, but that man there, Catterall, made a fine play and got that puck right into the boards.
We're in overtime at Joe Louis Arena. We're tied at 3. Providence and Boston College. First semifinal game of the NCAA Division I College Hockey Championships. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny. Providence jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Boston College made it 3-1 at the first intermission. Scored 2 early goals in the third period to tie it at 3, and that's where we stand. Now here's Providence with a 3-on-2. Army down the slot. He's got Rooney, and Rooney tries to pass for Yomalakis, and it misses the connection, and then Boston College dodged the bullet on that one. Here is Livingston for BC. The left wing shoots it in, and the stick save is made easily by the goaltender Chris Terreri, the consensus All-American, and here goes Cavallini. Cavallini up the left wing boards for Rooney. Rooney to Yomalakis sprawling and knocking into the BC zone as both teams now will change on the fly. On defense for Boston College, George Boudreau. Boudreau just whistles it down the rink. We're going to have icing called on Boston College.
Well, for those who just joined us, the shots in this game, 54 for Boston College, 15 for Providence, but the game tied 3-3, and Providence just had their best opportunity of the night for a pretty play when Army came down 3-on-2, fed it to Rooney. Rooney making that pass across the goal mouth, just missed a wide open pass to Yomalakis, who was all alone on the right side. He could have put it away in this sudden death game right now.
Steve Sterling showing the tension that has to be on everybody's mind on both benches. Face off, and the puck is knocked out of the Boston College zone. Going back for it for Providence is Sean Witham, number 4 defenseman, but he loses the puck into Ken Hodge. Hodge has it taken away. It is Witham to center ice. We go, and that is Tim Sullivan. Sullivan and Cruikshank down the slot, but Boston College comes up with it. Here's Hodge. Ken Hodge, son of the former NHL star, and Hodge lifts a bullet, but it's wide and over the net. Wide to the right and over the net. Behind the net now. Boston College will keep it in. That's Emery, the defenseman, at the left point. Emery knocks it down the boards, but over is Witham. Hodge trying to take the puck away, but it's Cruikshank. Cruikshank to the Friars to center ice to Emery. Emery back to Hodge. Emery took a hard check by Sullivan. Hodge now has Harlow. It's Hodge down the slot, and the puck is knocked away very nicely by Witham. Clears it right out of harm's way as Hodge and Harlow had something going there. Providence Sullivan. Sullivan shoots it in the zone, and the Friars will change on the fly. Get some fresh troops on the ice. At center ice, is Cavallini, the defenseman, brings it into the BC zone. Providence trying to put some pressure on. Puck goes diagonally into the right corner. Behind the net, it's Bianchi. Bianchi's been a thorn in the side all night. Dave Wilkie comes in. Mix things up a little, and now Cavallini loses control. And here we go, Stevens on a semi-breakaway down the slot, and the save is made and covered up by Chris Terreri. I say semi-breakaway because eventually Stevens was caught up with.
That's right, but Terreri played it properly because as he saw Stevens coming down on him, he comes out. He sees that he can cut the man down because Catterall's bothering him. He makes a fine poke check before and he's thrown, but he gets out and doing it.
Rooney controls now for Providence. The center ice to Tim Army. Army is shadowed by two men, so he gets it to Yomelakis. Yomelakis wants to center the puck, but it's knocked out of the way by Bruce Milton. Here's a play in front, and Gordon just sees the puck go wide. Gets the stick over there. Was a little slow reacting to it. I don't think he quite saw it all the way.
Well, he didn't realize it was going to come off Stevens' skate as he was turning around. The pass out front deflected right off the skate.
Yomelakis taken to the ice by Milton. And here goes BC breaking out. They have a 3-on-2. It is Sweeney. Now we have a whistle, and we have some altercations going on here now, and Rooney and Campanelli, they're both going to go. The only question is what the penalty calls will be.
Well, if they get doubles right there, it was a good penalty for Providence because Boston College was breaking out 3-on-2. Rooney and Campanelli getting into a little skirmish down by the net.
7 white, 10 black, both minors, high sticking.
Well, high sticking the call, and in college the rule is different. A high stick is anything above the waist level, as I recall.
Well, you see Campanelli right in front there with Rooney trying to take him out. They're both going to get their sticks up right there as they go out of camera range. And at the same time, Boston College was able to break that puck up ice 3-on-2. You're going to have the face-off right over the center ice line. Rooney sitting out a high sticking penalty along with Dominic Campanelli. So we'll have a 4-on-4, 3-3, 6:52 to go in the first overtime, and I hope when we say it's the first overtime doesn't mean there's going to be more.
Well, you never know.
We've seen more in college hockey.
There's an old hockey adage, Lou, that these overtimes, no matter what league they're in, always seem to end early. Well, they don't always do. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. That's what's so suspenseful about them. Yomelakis for Providence. He'll shoot it into the zone and try and put some pressure on. Try and forecheck the defenseman, but he'll peel back, and Boudreau has it now for Boston College. Boudreau to center ice. He's got Shea. This is Dan Shea, number 16, into the corner, and he's taken into the boards there by Catterall. Puck comes loose. It's Army. Army brings it back out, gets it up to Sean Witham. Witham carries into the zone, leaves it for Tim Army. He'll take the wrist shot, and Gordon is there with a stick to steer it aside. And it's Boudreau.
Yomelakis has had a great deal of ice time tonight. Probably he's played more than anyone on the ice.
Well, in the overtime period, here's Boudreau now into the Providence zone. I'll make a point in a moment about how many time these guys for Providence get. As the Friars clear the puck out of the zone in their overtime battle in the Hockey East tournament, I understand that basically Coach Sterling went with just 2 lines. He went with the Army line and the Sullivan line, and that was it. McNamara behind the Boston College net. 5:50 to go in the first overtime. Doug Brown, if he could have controlled the puck, could have had something going there. Tries to save it for Hodge, but it's taken away by Boudreau. Rene Boudreau is into the zone offsides, and offsides was Bianchi, about 5-6 strides outside.
Well, again, Brown was lurking way up at Providence's blue line. In college hockey, you're allowed to pass that puck from your own zone all the way down to the far blue line. There's no offsides. In college hockey, they don't use the red line for that. Had he been able to get better control, he had Hodge with him, they would have had a break. But Boudreau right there was able to get the puck and come back down, only his line mate offside. Boudreau getting a fine goal on the second effort earlier in the game when he was in front, and the rebound came right to him when he put it past the outstretched glove of Gordon.
All right, it'll be Tim Sullivan to take the face-off with Ken Hodge at the red dot outside the Boston College zone, and Sullivan controls, knocks it into the zone for a moment. But Emery is there, Bob Emery, the junior defenseman, 6'1", 195-pounder, and here goes McNamara carrying it into the Providence zone. McNamara tries a centering pass, and here's a shot by Emery that goes high over the goal. It was a real blue darter, but it was high over the net. Another shot by McNamara is blocked, and back comes Providence. And can we have icing here? Yes, we do. We have an automatic icing call on Providence, and so the face-off will be in the Providence zone. And we'll be back to Joe Louis Arena in a moment. 5-12 in overtime. We're tied at 3.
Once it was hard to find good-looking slacks to fit everybody just right. Then men's stores began selling Sansabelt slacks and Jamar slacks. 36,000 different sizes, fabrics, colors, and styles to fit any man better, including you. Sansabelt slacks, Jamar slacks from Jamar Ruby.
Welcome back to Joe Louis Arena. I'm Tom Mees with Lou Nanny. There's our situation. Providence 3, Boston College 3. 5-12 remaining in the first 10-minute overtime. It's sudden death. Next team that scores wins. Simple as that. Here's the shot by McNamara from the point. And the good save by Terraries. He had to be sharp on that one.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yomalakis carries it ahead for Providence. This is Tim Army. The right wing tries a centering pass for Yomalakis. It's knocked away very nicely by McNamara. Behind the net, McNamara and Army going to battle for it on the right wing, but Tim Army beats McNamara to the puck. And this is Emery behind the Boston College net. Here's Rooney. Rooney trying to get the puck loose, but Boston College makes sure it gets out of the zone. It's Campidelli. And Catterall. Well, they were going to call icing, but they waved it off because Catterall touched the puck before it went over the goal line. Boston College controls the puck, and the shot taken by Livingston. It's blocked by the Providence defense. Catterall in the right corner. And Mitchell holds it in. This is Cavallini up the right wing boards. Yamalakis sends it ahead. Shot by Rooney, the save. And Michael Barron carries it out now. Both teams kind of tentative in the last minute or so. Here's Harlow. Has the puck taken away by Cavallini. 4 minutes to go in overtime. Boudreau at center ice. Crowd sort of sitting on edge. They're really kind of quiet, waiting for something big to happen. Cavallini has the puck taken away by 2 Boston College defenders, and Boudreau ends up with it. Cruikshank comes in to pressure him, keeps the puck in the zone. Behind the net is Bianchi. Gordon has to come out to steer it away.